of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
All right, final segment here. Thanks to all of our sponsors, Cowan, Equipment Poll Question, it's out there. You can go vote at Next Round Live. You had a request for Rockstar to play us out today. What is it?
Yeah, I did. Well, first of all, he's really a human jukebox. And I asked him about a month ago at Odie's. He did a Britney Spears song that I thought was hilarious because everybody loved it.
I did like a verse and chorus of Toxic, which it destroys me. But as a joke, when I could do it for a verse and chorus, I have to have my iPad for it. But I'll have to cheat a little bit. But no, I could not do that today. But the second request I can do.
Yeah, so we are going to do Collective Soul December.
Dunaway loves.
So we had a rule about the Collective Soul.
Clearly not.
Play us out.
Bad breakup, Lance.
Yeah.
Bad breakup.
Play us out. Let Lisa Black walk
Guitar
in my
coming
heart.
through, guys?
Yeah.
Well, you got to play more than one chord.
Guitar is on.
We're good.
Guitar is on.
So it could be a little louder. Like start bumping up some, man. Wait, well, what do you? I'm sorry.
Divas.
Yeah. That was more November. Give me December. Here we go.
Why drink the water from my hand? Contagious as you think I am. Just took my soul to a tripped old man. Your cup runneth over again. Don't think aloud, don't scream about. Turn your head now, baby, just spin me out. Don't worry about, don't speak it out. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out.
By the way, it came out in 2005, Dunaway. You were married.
95. Why follow me to higher ground? Lost as you swear I am. Don't throw away your basic needs and your sense of vanity. Don't think aloud, don't scream about. Turn your head now, baby, just spin me out. Don't speak it down, don't worry about. Turn your head now, baby, just spin me out. Clouds are now begging to me. December songs sing of treachery. December lights if I'm begging to me. December songs no longer I see. Don't worry about, don't speak aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just spin me out.
So good.
That is one of your better ones.
Yeah,
man.
your guitar on that is so good.
That is one of your better ones. That's our show. That's our week. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday, 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. Awesome job, Rockstar. Very good.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nick Saban rocking the world on parody conversations from Friday's afternoon out of the Regions tradition. Also, the Aggies dodging the horns and ACC coaches crying all week long about tampering. We'll get to all those topics later on, but we got to start with what was an amazing weekend on racetracks and dirt and hardwoods and ice all over the sporting landscape. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford, we're all here today. So are you. We're glad to have you along with us. The JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline will be open early, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Let's start NBA playoffs. The team Charles Barkley thought would win it all. I think you thought they'd win it all. The Suns, they're out. They don't even make it to the Western Conference Finals. It's a rarity in the NBA when the team you think can win it all doesn't even get to the conference finals.
Yeah, look, they were a massive favorite. It's so strange, too, because Phoenix had beaten Dallas 12 consecutive games. If you go back to that Game 2 in this series, they're up 2-0. This is the fifth time Chris Paul has been up 2-0 in his career and lost a series. And for whatever reason,
time.
Yeah, it's the most in NBA history.
Wow.
He just didn't play well in Game 6 and 7. Booker was bad yesterday, and Dallas was on. But I don't know how you explain losing 12 consecutive times to a team and then winning 4 or 5. It's almost impossible.
Well,
and the way they won Game 7,
it feels like
too.
It says more about the other team.
I think it does.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about a Phoenix team, remember we were all blown away at one point when they got to 60 wins. We were like, boy, you started remembering some of Jordan's Bulls teams and what their record was when they won NBA championships. And you started thinking, how great is this Phoenix team that they go 60-plus wins in the regular season? That's an enormous.
I know.
That's a great year.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it. This was, I think, when they were like at 54. We were talking about, you just never hear anybody discuss this in terms of greatest teams of all time. Guess there was a reason, right?
There was a reason why.
But, this was a Suns team that was up 2-0 last year in the NBA Finals on Milwaukee, and they blew a 2-0 lead.
So that gets us to the other side where the defending world champs, right? The Bucks are the defending world champs. They get bounced by Boston in an exciting Game 7 that saw a former Tennessee player, Grant Williams, go out and hit 3 after 3 after 3, setting a Game 7 Celtic record. But Boston as a team hit 22 three-pointers to bounce the Bucks.
22 of 55. I mean, that's a lot of threes that they were hoisting
55.
up. Yeah, Bucks perimeter defense was awful. And you're right, Grant Williams scores a career-high 27. The Celtics completely blow out Milwaukee. And that was another series when Milwaukee stole that 14-point lead from Boston in the fourth quarter and went up 3-2. I thought that series was up.
And when they needed him most, Giannis came up small for the Bucks. He was not good in the second half.
Man, he had this is pretty amazing. In 7 games, he had over 200 points, over 100 rebounds, and over 50 assists.
Yeah. But when it mattered
production.
the most, where was he?
Well, they needed Chris Middleton. They didn't have anybody but
anybody to help him out down the stretch.
One of the most amazing stats I've ever heard in sports comes from that game. I don't know if you guys heard it or saw it. And when you say one of the most amazing stats you've heard in sports, we've heard a lot of stats over the years. This one blows me away. And Mike Breen said it at the end of the game, that now Boston is in their 37th Eastern Conference Final. 37th. That's crazy enough. They have played in half of the Eastern Conference Finals of all time.
Wow.
Oh, so since they split it into conferences, they played in half of them. That's impressive.
I mean, that's pretty incredible. 37th Eastern Conference Finals, crazy enough alone. But to think that the Boston Celtics have played in half of our all-time Eastern Conference Finals really blows my mind.
Well, they've got a great in Jason Tatum. I mean, the best player left in the playoffs is obviously Luka. But Jason Tatum is a guy that can carry you, and their defense is tremendous. A lot of people believe Boston will win it all. I thought it would be Boston and Phoenix. Golden State's a heavy favorite in this next round.
They're the favorite to win it all, too.
Yep.
So it's here's how it plays out now. No NBA tonight. Back on Tuesday, game one of the Eastern Finals, Boston and Miami down in Miami. And then Wednesday, game one of the Western Finals, Dallas and Golden State. You'll watch the East on ESPN and ABC. You'll watch the West on TNT with our buddy Charles Barkley and company out there. Barkley with us at some point this week to talk about what's going on in the NBA playoffs. And we look forward to that conversation. Before we get to what happened on the dirt and everywhere else, our friends at Bromberg's want to remind you that right now is a great time. If you're ready to pop the question or get something great for that special someone, Bromberg's has the answer.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations of Bromberg's, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Shop today at brombergs.com.
Auburn sweeps Alabama 2 games. They don't finish the third one because of we still have a curfew on Sundays in baseball in the SEC that if you don't get a game completed or to a certain point by a certain time, that you have to get out of town.
Is that really a rule?
Yeah.
It is a rule, and
it's a pretty early curfew. It's a travel thing, and it had to do with getting back to class on Monday.
Well, aren't they out of class?
They are, but the rule is the rule, and they don't.
Well, it's a stupid rule.
Yeah, I've never understood that curfew rule.
I haven't either, but
I mean, who in college goes to sleep anyway?
Well, I mean, I guess I could understand it during school, but why do you not waive it when school's over? Why does the curfew not end when school's over?
People out of school at different times. I don't know the reasons behind the rule.
Right.
I just know it's a rule. They had a 2.5-hour rain delay. Auburn and Alabama. Alabama needs the W's. They need the wins
badly.
They lost 2 to Auburn. Auburn sweeps them. Auburn's in a great spot, not only for the NCAA tournament, but also for the SEC tournament. Alabama is still in the SEC tournament coming up at the end of the month, even though they lost 2 to Auburn. But they got a tough series to end up with Arkansas, and Alabama has 10 wins. Kentucky's got 10 wins. 2 teams don't make it to Hoover, if we still play it that way, and I believe we do. And Mississippi State and Missouri are 9 and 8 wins below that. And so big final weekend of regular season SEC baseball coming up. But I tell you, you watch that series and a couple of close games, and Butch Thompson, as good as he is at everything in coaching baseball at Auburn, the Auburn and Alabama baseball jobs are not easy. And as good as Butch is with about everything he does in that program, I don't think anybody manages their pitching staff better than Butch does his staff, the way he uses his starters and his bullpen, and he sets things up for a week and a weekend. Just an amazing job by him, so they sweep Alabama. Softball, we had the selection show. Despite Alabama being one and done at the SEC tournament, they still secured a top 8 national seed, which means if they keep winning, they don't leave Tuscaloosa until they go to the World Series. That's big. Montana Fouts, who joins us often on Monday, likely with us tomorrow on the show because they're out of school. Browning?
They're practicing twice today.
They're getting a little two day. What was it? 2-a-days.
Yeah, I woke up to a text from Montana saying, "Hey, by the way, we have 2 practices today. It's going to complicate me coming on the show." And I texted back and said, "Will you tell Murph
that's right
that you can be at practice when you're done with our show?" I didn't say that. And she would never have said that either. So she's going to be on with us tomorrow. So, yeah, 2 practices today for Alabama. I guess he didn't like the way they ended the tournament. I don't know. 2 practices seems kind of weird.
So who did they draw as the 8 seed?
Okay, here they are. They're the 6th national seed, and the way you do it is you have a 4-team pod, and then if you survive your pod, you go into a weekend series next weekend of the Super Regional, and then to Oklahoma City. So they're the 6th. They've got Stanford coming to town. They won't play them first. They'll play Chattanooga. Stanford will play Murray State. So Stanford, on paper, is supposed to be their toughest draw, and it's a double elimination to get out of the pod this weekend. Auburn's a 2 seed. They go to Clemson. Auburn's draw a little tougher. First, they're at Clemson, so they're a 2 seed. But they're also in there with Louisiana, who is a top 25 team. So Louisiana, Auburn, both top 25 teams with Clemson. So you got 3 top 25 teams in that pot.
Sounds like a tough region for Clemson.
It's tough for Clemson.
Yeah.
It's tough for Auburn. It's tough for Louisiana. And North Carolina, Wilmington, also in that region. So we start softball coming up this weekend as well on the road to Oklahoma City. So that's your action on the dirt. And then there was the region's tradition where Steve Stricker won. Wire to wire out at Greystone, and we all enjoyed our time out there. Congratulations to the Bruno event team and the job they did putting on that event again. They've secured the Champions Major now through 2032. That is locked and loaded. But Steve Stricker was emotional. He was in tears. Didn't want to cry, he said, but he broke down because not only was his golfing future in doubt last November, and even up to a couple of months ago, but back in November, his life was in jeopardy. And Stricker has battled back, and he won his 4th Champions Tour major here in Birmingham. But this one, maybe as he was talking about, maybe his most important win of his career because he didn't know if he'd ever play golf again.
I don't know if they ever determined what the issue was, but Stricker had to spend a couple of weeks in the hospital back in November. I don't think it was COVID because that's easily diagnosed, and they had a difficult time diagnosing what it was, and I don't know if they ever did. But he lost like 25 pounds in 2 weeks and was in the hospital. So, yeah, you can see why it's that emotional for him, right? That, you maybe thought, as he said, his life seemed to be in danger at one point, but certainly your career's in danger.
Boy, he dominated, though. To win by 6 strokes. I mean, when's the last time we've had a major, somebody win by 6 strokes or more?
I mean, that's Tiger-esque. That's the first person you think of. Somebody goes wire to wire like that. Here is Stricker with some of the pictures and posing with the crystal out at Greystone yesterday. Just an emotional win for him. But right now, there's a sweet spot on that Champions Tour, Brown, with some golfers out there like Padraig Harrington, who is out there now, Steve Stricker. I mean, Phil will, because of his financial situation, you will still see Phil pop up at some of these majors pretty frequently here pretty soon, I bet.
Assuming he's not playing for the Saudi League. I mean, you got to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, so that
he would dominate this. Though,
he would. Yeah, I mean, he would write checks out there. Yeah,
but there's a lot of money to be had out there.
I mean, he literally, Lance, just won a regular tour major 1 year ago. Yeah, that he's not going to defend this week.
And that's another big story. Yeah. It's PGA Championship week. Phil won that major, and that story happened over the weekend as well about Phil.
This is a mess, man. This is a really, really, really big mess. So, I mean, let me see if I can sum it all up for everybody that hasn't followed. So the royal family of Saudi Arabia is launching a golf league, and they're paying big bucks for guys to come play in it. And people are being very critical of it, saying you're only doing this to try to kind of paint over, whitewash, sports wash is the phrase they're using, all your atrocities, right? And they've got Greg Norman on board, and Norman has stuck his foot in his mouth time and time again, including recently when somebody asked him about working for a guy, the prince of this family, that ordered, the CIA has determined, and also the investigative agency over in Europe. I can't remember which one it is, but the CIA and several investigating agencies have said that this guy ordered the beheading and dismemberment of a journalist who was critical of the Saudi royal family. Greg Norman was asked about that, and I kid you not, his answer was, everybody makes mistakes. You just got to move past them. Yeah, so
the old dismembering and beheading.
I mean, he compared it to somebody that got pulled over for speeding. I mean, come on, Greg. So Greg Norman has been just atrocious at this. And Phil Mickelson was going to be on board. He does a interview with with a guy that used to write for Sports Illustrated, writing a book that says, I'm just using it for leverage on the PGA Tour. These guys are some scary MFers. It's just been a totally complete mess. So Mickelson has taken a voluntary leave of absence. So this was the Masters was the first big one, but he was defending PGA champion. He's not even going to play this week.
Yeah, so another major this week, and no Phil in that contest coming up. We had football in Birmingham. More on that after I tell you about a different kind of football that'll be in Birmingham Wednesday night. Our friends at the Birmingham Legion back in action. BHMLegion.com. BHMLegion.com for tickets. Wednesday night, everybody wins Wednesday. Special food and drink prices for the Legion as they take on Las Vegas, 7 o'clock Wednesday night. 7 o'clock Wednesday night down at Protective Stadium. Follow the Birmingham Legion, Legion FC on all your social media platforms to stay up to date, or just make a bookmark for their website, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Great ticket prices, a wonderful, wonderful facility downtown now. You can have dinner, walk across, and enjoy some of the best soccer in the world. And see the Legion try to stay hot as they take on Las Vegas at home Wednesday night. Protective Stadium, 7 o'clock. Everybody wins Wednesday. Should be a lot of fun down there. And it was a fun day Sunday morning at Protective Stadium for the Birmingham Legion. I don't know how many of you watched it or were at the game. It was an okay crowd for an 11 a.m. on a Sunday morning, but it was really good football. Again, the Stallions get behind 17-7. In this contest, and they don't look like they don't have Scooby Bright playing. He's out with an injury. It just doesn't look like it's going right. Not going to go well. This is going to be the team's first loss. Here comes Jamar Smith, who's back from injury, and he's replacing the quarterback. He comes in, and it was like a switch flipped. He's pinpoint passing, timing routes, everything. The running game cranks open. They scored 23 unanswered points to stay unbeaten in this league as the Stallions beat Philadelphia 30-17. They didn't allow another point after that.
It resembled week one when Jamar came in and kind of, ignited that fire. And I don't know, is he considered the best quarterback right now in the league?
I guess so.
He looks it to me.
Yeah, I'll give you the stats to back it up.
He looks it to me because a couple of his games he hasn't played start to finish. The opener and this one, for instance. And I think he missed the last game, so his numbers may not be the same as everyone else. But when he's in the game, his efficiency, that is when Birmingham's offense is clicking at its best. And his receivers in them are on the same page. Just amazing some of the throws and catches they made as they built that comeback. And then they ended up, Brown, they're only up one score. And they get bailed out by a roughing the punter, but it was roughing the punter. Or they were about to kick it back to Philadelphia. So they get the first down off of the penalty, and they burn up the final 10 minutes of the game, and they punch it in for a score at the end. But they chewed up
a 10-minute drive,
a 10-minute 60-yard drive, which isn't easy to do.
60 yards?
Yeah. 10
minute, I thought they got it back
60-yard drive.
Yeah.
And they punch it in, and they ice the game. They iced the game there to win it 30-17. It was an amazing drive. This Skip Holtz guy, and it's how I have a Cowan Equipment poll question now. He deserves the way he calls plays and everything. I don't think he's been on a platform this big, and I don't know how many people are watching it, but I am.
Well, about 1 million, the Primo game, about 1 million people.
Yeah, the Stallions game,
1.2 million.
Yeah, about 1 million people an outing.
Right.
He deserves a shot, not in the NFL, obviously, but at another college gig to run a program again. He deserves, and whatever level, whatever kind of job you want, he's just impressive to me.
If you were his representation, which we happen to know his representation, if you were his representation, would you...
One and done, jump as quick as I can.
No. I'd get out of the USFL too. What I was going to ask, though, is would you try to steer him towards a big offensive coordinator's job or another college job? Now, it depends on how big the head coaching job is. Obviously, there's a point where you say, take that head coaching job. But I don't think you think he could get a good Power 5 job out of this.
If you're telling me, do I take a head coaching job in what is going to be a lower rent CUSA than what we have now, or Sun Belt, or the revamped American? Or do I take an elite, let's say Sark wouldn't do it. Oklahoma got there in Levy. Lane calls his own plays. If Kirby or Billy Napier, after this year coming up, wants an OC, and they say, Skip, would you be interested in calling plays for us? I think what you're asking is it a faster path for Skip Holtz to a really good job as an OC at an elite program or head coach at a group of 5? I think the OC route may be the better way to go.
Would you take, let's say Dino Babers gets fired, would you take the Syracuse head coaching job or the Georgia offensive coordinator job?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I think I'd take Georgia offensive coordinator.
I think I would too. Look at Dan Lanning. He's a DC.
I know, he's an Oregon coach. Yeah.
Syracuse still a Power 5 job. and
Barely.
It had success back in the day.
How long ago?
20 years ago.
Yeah. It's been that for a long time, man. I think I would take the offensive coordinator job at Georgia. I feel like I can parlay that into a much better job than Syracuse. It may take me 2 or 3 years. I'm going to make about $1.5 million doing it. but I could parlay it into a better job than the Qs.
When did Syracuse really flip? Because when they had the home
After
and home with
Pasqualoni?
Auburn, they weren't bad.
Yeah, it was
Dwight Freeney was playing in that one.
It was post Paul Pasqualoni, right? I mean, I can't even remember who they went to after him, but he was the last good coach they've had.
I mean, Dino's been there, seems like double-digit years. Seems like he's there 10 years now. Is that possible?
No.
That's not possible.
I think he's been there 5. Well, Paul Pasqualoni had them in New Year's 6 games.
Yeah, no,
Multiple
they
ones.
were a good program. I'm not arguing.
Dino's been there longer than 5. He was the coach when they beat.
Dino Babers is in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He is in year 7.
Because he was the coach when they pulled the upset against Clemson.
Yeah.
So he's been there a while. Time flies, man.
Yeah.
7 years for Dino Babers.
To answer my question, Pasqualoni was replaced by Greg Robinson. You guys remember that?
Yep, I do.
Yeah, he only went,
He was defense coordinator for Texas.
Thought it was a good hire at the time.
Yeah. He went 10 and 37, 3 and 25 in the conference, so it was not. Big East Conference is where they were. I think that's really where it flipped for them. To answer your question, Lance, they have had one good season in the ACC.
Yeah.
One good season.
And that was Dino won 10 games, right?
10 and 3 Dino Babers went to the Camping World Bowl. They've been a bad program.
10 wins, and they only went to the Camping World Bowl?
Yeah, well, that I think was their 10th win. They won the bowl game, so they were 9
like
and 3.
Jim Grobe had 10 wins one year and was in the Orange Bowl.
And they were 9 and 3. They were number 15 in the Camping World Bowl. But you get my question, right? I mean, I think I would take a good if I had the choice.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that Skip Holtz can parlay this into a job like Georgia offensive coordinator. This is probably not a legitimate discussion here.
Yeah.
I just think
the calendar probably didn't work out.
No, but you're saying he has really excelled in the way he's called plays.
Well, and they rave about him. When you hear Klatt and Brock and those guys just raving about his play calling, his coaching seems to be, no knock against the Stallion players. They're doing a wonderful job. His coaching seems to be light years ahead of everyone else who's coaching in this league right now. It looks like they're winning a lot of games on coaching.
Yeah.
Compared to the rest.
He was the Notre Dame offensive coordinator and he was the South Carolina offensive coordinator, both under his dad. But that's really his extent of being an offensive coordinator. Primarily, he's just been a head coach otherwise.
Yeah. Anyway, the Cowan Equipment poll question, what happens first? One of these USFL coaches get a head coaching job in college or the NFL, or one of these USFL players make an NFL roster and stick with it in the National Football League. And you're not just a practice squad, not a tryout in camp, but gets it, makes it, and sticks. You can vote right now at Next Round Live. It's a Cowan Equipment poll question.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Patrick says it's the Donovan McNabb curse, or Donovan McNabb Q's. Superior thruster with a different story out there. How about Dan Mullen taking that high school OC job?
That. Yeah.
I did not see that.
Yeah.
Isn't that him just trying to get enough? I don't know how Florida's teachers teacher retirement plan works, but he was an assistant down there with Urban Meyer. He's been a head coach for a certain number of years. It seems like if he's in the system 1 year or 2 years, he gets his retirement plan.
I thought the gig was in Georgia, though.
Oh, I thought it was in Florida.
No, I think it's Lake Oconee. I think it's up there where he's living.
It is Lake Oconee.
And I thought his retirement plan was the buyout that Florida
I
gave
mean,
him.
if he needs retirement, he has not spent his money
you don't
well.
leave any money on the table, right?
No, it's Lake Oconee Academy, in Greensboro, Georgia. So
That's
is
silly me. I thought that Lake Oconee was down in Florida.
This is what Lance just said. He's at the lake house in Georgia, sitting on his cash, and his wife has said, "You're gonna have to get out some now. You can't just be around the house all day." So he goes down to the local high school. Goes, "I'll call plays for you guys. Sure, that'll give me something to do. Only in the fall, though.
Only in the fall.
I'm not going to come to all the summer work.
You don't think he's cutting grass?
No, I'm not going to line the field with you boys on
Dan,
Friday
6
night.
a.m. You pick up the biscuits, and we're going to be lining the field.
Yep, not going to do that, but I'll come call some plays for you.
Go vote in our Next Round Live Twitter feed at Next Round Live on Twitter. Remember to like and follow it when you're there. Also over on YouTube where you're watching us today and all of our platforms. Thanks for being with us today. When we come back, best and worst of the weekend. Best thing you saw, worst thing you saw or did this weekend. That gets us going. You can jump in 205-734-0923, 734-0923. You can also hit in the chat room if you're watching us on all of our video platforms over there or on Twitter as well. Send us your best and worst of the weekend. This is The Next Round. Happy to be with you on a Monday.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Good commercial break there, seeing all the pictures from the spring and summer. We said Next Round gear at the Kentucky Derby, at the Talladega Super Speedway, in pools at the beach, at the Regions Tradition. at the lake. It just looks good seeing all that TNR gear out and about this spring and summer.
It's one of my favorite parts about the weekend, and it is humbling, but I'll open Twitter over the weekend, and inevitably, there's just a stack of pictures in there of people sending us pictures wearing our gear, which is incredible, man. I mean, I love seeing that. It really brightens my weekend.
So the new shirt that you had on Friday,
right?
I wore a blue one this weekend, and a lot of comments on it.
Yeah. That's a good-looking shirt.
I got to get me one of those, man. Got to get me one of those.
We got a blue and a red.
Yep. So you've... I saw you wear the red, so you wore the blue one too. Which do you like best?
I like the red better.
I think I like the red, yeah. I wore the blue one Friday, but I like the red
But
one.
I like both a lot.
Okay.
I think people should buy both.
I'll have to grab one of those. But thank you for jumping in nextround.store, nextround.store, checking out all the new gear. And I got asked over the weekend, do you only order online or do we have a store set up? We don't have a store set up except online, so you do order online. But we are handling it all ourselves. So feel secure in the fact that it's only us that is handling it all. And when we've got it in stock, we ship it directly to you. So take some comfort in that, at least. Nextround.store, nextround.store. Though there is a great discussion in the political world about what the supply chain is going to look like in about 35 days.
Oh, great.
Yeah, especially if you use diesel fuel. Apparently, diesel fuel is going to be scarce in about 35 days.
I thought
either that or it was clickbait. I'm not sure.
You didn't read. You pulled a Brown. You read the headline, didn't read the article. I'm about to step out on a very weak limb here, but I thought the diesel fuel was just all the crap left over when they did the gas.
I did too. There's
right.
some processing that goes through that.
Really?
I mean, what is diesel per gallon right now?
I think I saw
$6?
I think it stays pretty even at about $5.20. Right?
Yeah, I think it's $5 something a gallon now.
Yeah. Which I assume is what truck driver Brett is driving across America in, right?
I mean, it sucked. Yeah, I would imagine.
Big diesel trucks,
diesel
right?
trucks. It sucked this weekend. For the first time, I paid more than $4 a gallon for a gallon of gas. Like I had avoided it, and I had no other choice now. But I did see that diesel price. I'm like, well, I guess thank God I'm not driving a diesel.
Because there was one point when gas prices shot up one time where diesel was lower than the prices.
I remember that.
Diesel truck. I'm going to get a diesel truck. And then that flipped back pretty quickly.
You know, one of the biggest things was, you guys may not remember this. Do you remember the E85 that was just like 85% ethanol or whatever? And it was much cheaper. But what people did not account for is it burns much quicker, too.
That's right.
You burn through that one way quicker.
Yeah. It probably melts your engine, too.
People weren't doing the math, so they were just going buying all these E85 cars, and now I think it's more expensive.
Yeah, I had that discussion with Maggie this weekend. We were discussing something, and she was like, "But it's free, or it's this much less than something else." And I said, call me a sucker. I just always believe you get what you pay for.
Yeah,
I just always believe, whether it's clothes, furniture, cars,
it's
trucks.
Pretty accurate.
Usually you get what you pay for. I just always believe that. Food, whatever it is, I feel like you get what you pay for. That said, can't beat our friends at Hemp Hill. You get what you pay for when it comes to heating, cooling, and plumbing. These folks have been taking care of you and your neighbors since 1954.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Kirk writes in, first thing, my best of the weekend was Kurt Busch winning at Kansas in NASCAR. Why doesn't this guy get more respect? I will tell you, Kurt Busch I think it's his personality, and he's dealt with that some, but early on in his career, he did not have the best personality around the garage. I don't know how well he was liked by other drivers, and he worked on that a lot. But I just checked after winning this weekend, he's won at least one race now for, if I counted right, 9 consecutive years.
Pretty good.
And he's one of the few drivers, I think, that has ever won with 4 different makes of cars and 4 different race teams.
Yeah, that's consistency. Yeah. Look, and probably the most disliked driver right now on tour. But we had him in studio one time. He's a pretty nice guy.
Really nice guy. But apparently hard to work with at one point in his career. Maybe he's changed that, but he's driving for Michael Jordan's race team, him and Denny Hamlin. So Pitbull's race team has won 2 times this year, and now Michael Jordan's team's won 1 time this year.
Now, remind me, Kyle Busch was the one we had in studio that did the drive-by on Denny Hamlin, right?
That's right.
When he was on the show with us?
Yeah.
Kyle,
okay.
it wasn't Kurt.
That was not Kurt. I think we've had Kurt on the show, but Kyle was the one in studio that did the drive-by on Hamlin. That we
Over
thought was
the
funny.
years, we've done face-to-face with both of the Busch brothers.
And I think we filmed
Remind me
him.
what he said about Hamlin.
It was something about everybody thinks he's just this really good kid, but he's got a baby mama that nobody knows about or something like that. I mean, it was like, hey, Kyle, that microphone, that thing's on. Just a heads up.
It was something about Denny taking care of his kid or something.
I mean,
like
it was just a really bad drive-by.
That was when we were downstairs in the old building,
I
right?
remember it vividly.
I
I
remember exactly what I did. I said, "Hey, 34 after the hour.
Jim did a reset.
Tell us about our friends at Hemphill."
I mean, it was one of those where you're like, all right, I guess Kyle and Denny don't really like one
was
another.
that more uncomfortable than
And they were teammates, by the way.
Chris Kattan or who's the guy that's dead now? Ralphie May.
Ralphie May was pretty uncomfortable.
Is he the one who was talking about Jesus and Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, he did about 8 minutes with us and completely bombed.
Yeah, swing and a miss.
Completely bombed.
And he was so good the time before.
Yeah, he was a great interviewer. I think he said a couple jokes that didn't land. He started panicking, and he just started being controversial.
Yeah, so he did a joke about Jesus and Chick-fil-A, which if you're trying to sell tickets to an event in the South,
Right.
well, probably
Right.
want to steer away from those two.
Yeah.
Wasn't it something with Tebow too?
I think
Yeah,
so,
he
yeah.
mentioned something about Tebow.
Yeah, I think it was Jesus kissing Tebow in a Chick-fil-A line.
Yeah,
I think that was the
something.
joke.
I mean, it wasn't funny to begin with, but you're like, dude, you're literally trying to sell tickets to an event in Birmingham, Alabama.
But those
not
are
a great idea.
The
here.
most uncomfortable that I remember. And Chris Kattan, can y'all guys ask me anything else besides Saturday Night Live?
Lance, that was only question number 2.
Yeah.
We had done 2 questions, and he goes, "Are we going to talk about anything other than Saturday Night Live?"
Have you done anything else?
In my mind, I'm like, no, not really.
Corky Romano, Lance.
Yeah. I didn't know anything about the guy except for Saturday Night Live and barely knew him from that. Because I wanted to say, dude, it's not like you're Eddie Murphy or anything.
No, the funny part was we were asking him about the More Cowbell, which he was like a bit part in. Like he barely even had a part in it. It wasn't even like one of his good skits. Will Ferrell was the star of that one.
Usher's best of the weekend got lots of comments on my hashtag Fade Dunaway shirt. It's a hit. His worst of the weekend, the Braves losing 2 of 3 from a very good Padres team. Winning one of a series against the Padres right now is not easy to do. You check that Western Division National League standings, you see the Dodgers and Padres with that hash mark beside them as they're at the top of the standings. And my Rays, who are playing pretty good, second place, 4.5 games back of the red-hot Yankees. You're 4.5 games back in the National League West. You're the Rockies, and you're in dead last. That's how tight that National League West is with the Dodgers, the Padres, the Giants, the Diamondbacks, and the Rockies.
Yeah, I can't believe how improved the Diamondbacks are. I mean, they were arguably the worst team in baseball last year, and they're above 500 in that division right now.
Yeah, so dropping 2 of 3 to them, not that big of a deal if you're a Braves fan. Now, here's the problem. You lose 7-3 yesterday. You make 3 errors. The Padres win 2 of 3. Now you go on the road. You play tonight at Milwaukee. 640. By the way, the Brewers
pretty good squad.
Brewers pretty darn good too.
Yeah.
So the Braves in a little tough part of their schedule.
And you're 6.5 back of the Mets. And again, I said Memorial Day is the first time you even think about how bad the standings are for you. That's the first time you even worry about it. But that said, this Mets team's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, at least through the middle of May, look like they're going anywhere.
Ush fights back with the Kattan interview, by the way, is legendary. It was like a scene from The Office. It was cringe-worthy.
It was. We wrapped it so quick, too.
Yeah. And see, I don't give time much anymore on the show. Used to part of the way terrestrial radio, AM, FM radio is judged is people, write down what time they're listening to you. So they always told you at least once a segment, mention the time on the clock.
The old time check.
So we don't do that anymore because we get judged by actual people who are watching and listening to us, and it's time stamped for you.
Doesn't matter what time you're on.
One interesting thing, after the Chris Kattan interview, Laurel, who worked with us at the time, she would get guests as they were leaving to do like a quick Instagram video, just something real quick. So she had him by the elevator bay and asked him, could you do the, not at the Roxbury stuff, like the little head bob thing, and he kind of looked at her. And then she got him to do it. Like, he's like, what? And he just, the most half-assed, like, are you talking about this?
So he didn't want to do that either?
Well, I mean, he didn't want to do anything. He was over Saturday Night Live. So I think he was just in a mood like.
He honestly looked like he was dying. He looked sick to me.
Is he still alive?
I don't know.
Okay. He is? He is alive. Because I was about to be Dr. Taylor over here may
Friend
have
of the show.
diagnosed it.
Yeah.
I mean, did you guys not think he
looked
looked a little sick?
I don't really remember. I mean, he literally was in studio for 5 minutes because
Tiny.
he came in during the break before. We did one question. We welcomed him, did a question about Saturday Night Live, a second question about Saturday Night Live, to which he responded, "Are we going to do any more than Saturday Night Live here?" And then we wrapped the interview. We're like, no, we're not.
No, I tell you what, no, you everybody go see this exciting, entertaining young man tonight at the Comedy Club.
I didn't talk to anybody that went to see him. I can't imagine how bad his stand-up is, though.
I mean, how could
Never
it be
heard
good?
him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where you do want to say, and if you thought this interview was funny, you'll love his show tonight. Go
You
buy
will.
tickets.
Absolutely. Go see it tonight. Obviously, a guy that cares a lot about you, that he wants to talk to you this morning. Go spend your hard-earned money
right.
to see this guy tonight. I don't think he's been back since.
I would hope not.
Yeah. Best of the weekend, the scene at Madison Square Garden from Nikki. If you were watching hockey last night, the overtime, Rangers win 4-3, and forget the sport itself, just the scene at Madison Square Garden, it looked like we had landed people on the moon, and they were in Times Square. They were hugging and kissing and crying in the stands, and people are wondering if that was Sid the Kid's last hockey game. But the Rangers win, survive, and advance. So it was bedlam.
Well, I mean, the Rangers were down 3-1 in that series, and to be able to come back and to win that on their home ice, I mean, as bad as the basketball was yesterday, a 28 and 27 point blowouts in those two games, game sevens, the hockey was incredible.
Jim,
I mean, both overtime games.
As you all know, I'm new to the hockey playoffs here.
Yeah. But it's exciting, isn't it?
It is exciting. But you just told me that Sidney Crosby might be retiring?
Yeah, he's no longer Sid the Kid.
How old is he?
He's been playing forever.
He has.
If I had to guess, I'd say 33.
I'll tell you this. So Leighton's 18 now. And the first time we took her to Disney was when she was 4. And the reason I remember this.
How are you tying this to Sidney Crosby?
Because the Penguins had just won the Stanley Cup. And the girl that actually got me my Disney tickets was a Penguins fan.
How about that?
So I remember that Stanley Cup final. So that was 14 years ago.
Age 34, Sidney Crosby. He's
about
been
that?
playing since 05. Has he lived up to...
Oh, yeah. He's one of the greatest hockey players of all time.
I'm just asking. I'm new to the game. You know this. I tuned in for this year's postseason.
Yeah.
But he's lived up to the billing because he was the first overall pick and played for a historically good franchise.
Yeah, and then they won Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
I think multiple.
Okay, good.
And it was hard to follow Mario Lemieux as well.
Well, yeah.
Right there, boom.
Yeah,
He replaced him, sort of the transition there. All right, more of your best and worst of the weekend coming up. Things that happen on the ice, the dirt, the hardwood, or things in your personal life. We take them all. Best and worst of the weekend as we keep rolling on. Part of the show today being brought to you by what we're doing tomorrow night, Tuesday night. We're out at the Hoover Met to watch a little Auburn and Samford baseball.
It is part of the Spring Swing. It's an inaugural event that Samford is doing, and it has been a success. Will continue to be because Auburn is coming to town to play Samford at the Hoover Met. Gates open at 5 o'clock. First pitch is at 6 o'clock. You can get tickets now. They're $15, and they are available at this website, reserve.imclutch.com/Samford Swing. I'll give it to you again.
Please.
Reserve.imclutch.com/Samford Swing.
Is it better when he says it slow, or is it better if you say it fast?
Reserve.imclutch.com/Samford Swing.
Yeah.
I think it's about the same.
I said the No. The second one I read was like I was one of those telephone prompt guys. Reserve.imclutch.com/Samford Swing. Press 1 if you would like to buy tickets.
Well, what is up
Press
on
2.
Instagram, or what's on Instagram? It's TikTok. And when they have somebody's voice is like,
my dog continues to eat its vomit.
Yes, I don't know how they do
This is what happens when you give your daughter a crayon and leave the room.
It is so annoying.
Awful.
Why do we do that?
Oh.
Yeah.
We're back in a moment on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
More best and worst of the weekend as we roll on. I will tell you, a mortgage right. I had somebody who used them recently as they are moving from next door my house into their dream home. Just love the folks at Mortgage Right here locally. The thing that sold them on Mortgage Right, and we say it all the time, here in the state of Alabama, where they're located, if you're an Alabama person, your paperwork never leaves Alabama. It stays right here in the state. But they are not just an Alabama company anymore. They're also all over the country. So wherever you're watching or listening to us, Mortgage Right can hook you up.
Yeah, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I'll give Forrester some time maybe to chase this down. B. Foshi, best of the weekend was Kiffin's reaction to the newborn baby on FaceTime. Don't even know what that means.
Kiffin is always doing something, isn't he?
He is. More on Kiffin reacting to Nick Saban's parody comments later in the show. More best and worst of the week. Just wave violently, Forrester, if you end up getting it, and I will call for it. Brooks says his best of the weekend, my Celtics surviving and advancing. They're off to the Eastern Conference Finals. His other best was Alabama canceling the last game against Auburn to help their SEC tournament chances. I was painting like they needed to win, but I guess it does help you if you don't get the loss.
That's true.
Percentage-wise, it could keep you a half game ahead or behind.
Good point. Yeah.
Worst of the weekend. We were joking about this in the room before the show. Jesse says the Reds throwing a no-hitter, not getting credit for the no-hitter and losing the game.
Sixth team in big league history since 1901 to win despite not getting any hits.
I mean, this is, if you wonder if the Reds are the worst team in baseball, the record should tell you they are. But this just shows you're that bad, that you could throw a no-hitter and still lose. I mean, you're finding every way possible to lose now if you're the Reds.
Yeah, and if they had 3 walks in the 8th and then a fielder's choice, they'd score the 1 run.
Because you're trying to, at that point, since it's the 8th inning, you're trying to limit the number of runs you allow in so that you can maybe get back in the 9th. So you take the out, hopefully to turn a double play and maybe only give up a run in the inning. If it had been the 9th inning, they'd try to cut the guy down at the plate and maybe you get out of there with no run score.
I mean, heck, if you're the Reds at this point, you should have been playing for the no-hitter. You should have been like, I don't care what the strategy says. We got a guy that's got a no-hitter going. Let's play it.
I can't believe 6 teams have won in the history of baseball.
That is pretty hard.
Yeah, because I don't know how you win.
I don't either.
The last time did you see it? 2008.
Yep.
2008. Angels, Dodgers, which tells me we've had interleague play since 2008.
Yeah, that goes back a long time.
Wow. How about that?
Because it requires your team to be equally crappy at the plate. I mean, you got to be in a close game to lose a no-hitter, right? So, I mean, the Reds had to be just as bad at the plate as the Pirates did, and they only got 4 hits.
Bobby on the Auburn, Alabama said Auburn had the bases loaded bottom of the 5th in a tie game when the knucklehead from Auburn called the lightning delay, and rain was 30 minutes away. Lightning and rain is 2 different things. You got to do that. But Bama fans should be grateful it got called, Bobby said. Big weekend ahead for SEC play as we started the show with. Auburn is in comfortably to both the NCAA and the SEC tournament. Alabama's got 10 wins. They get a really good Arkansas team coming to town. Kentucky's got 10 wins with Auburn going to Lexington. Mississippi State's got 9 wins with just number 1 Tennessee coming to town. And then Georgia is hosting Missouri. Missouri's got 8 wins. Well,
it's gotten his way violently, and this looks more interesting than I thought. Let's go.
All of a sudden, this is more interesting. Lane Kiffin reacting to a newborn baby being born. Is this sound up?
I'm fired up. Dad, look at Tate's baby cousin. Look.
What is that?
It's her baby. She's on FaceTime. He's so cute.
So cute.
That is not real. That is not real.
No, it's a still picture. She said it was FaceTime. The baby doesn't move the entire
First of all,
time.
the baby's not real. All right, that's number 1. It's not a real baby.
What is that?
No. This is.
I was about to say something and I didn't.
Yeah, well, me too.
Shot.
Me too. Yeah, I didn't know what we were looking at here. First of all, I didn't know that was Kiffin's daughter to begin with.
So you apologize for that?
No. I thought that was the mom of the baby initially. So when we just saw the preview shot. All right, so the baby clearly is fake. That's number 1. Our question here is Kiffin in on this? Is this a stunt by Kiffin? That's what I'm questioning.
Yeah. So Lane Kiffin stunt is what that is.
Well, can we see the expression one more time?
Yeah, let's see it again because I don't.
Dad, look at Tate's baby cousin. Look.
What is that?
It's her baby. She's on FaceTime. He's so cute.
So cute.
Yeah. Yeah.
If he's playing it, it's actually pretty good, my lead.
He definitely is in on that.
You think so?
Best
Total
and,
stud?
best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Tell us about Hemp Hill one more time.
Yeah, again, if something's not running right, flushing right, draining right, you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill. 205-229-2090 since 1954 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham is trusted. It is Hemp Hill Services.
All right, so as we approach the top of the hour, we'll tell you Josh Pate joins us next. A lot of stuff happened over the weekend in football as far as the portal. Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss got a big-time receiver from UCF, Jalen Robinson. He's going to Ole Miss. That's a big pickup there. That kid made plays for UCF a couple of years ago when Gabriel was healthy and before Gus got there, when UCF had Lebby calling some plays and everything. So they think he'll fit in nice at Ole Miss, and Jalen Robinson. Also, over the weekend, Auburn got Iowa State defensive back Craig McDonald. This guy had 41 tackles and 2 interceptions last year, so he'll get on the field quickly in that Auburn secondary. That's just some of the movement that happened this past weekend portal-wise. Big recruit for LSU. 4-star running back Trey Holly picks LSU, and he's sort of a do-everything running back that's going to go there. We'll talk more about Jordan Addison, who had a recruiting official visit to USC. He's been to Texas and USC. Reports out there could be a $3 million offer from USC when it comes to NIL. And we'll see if anyone else is in the mix. What Josh Pate thinks of that next, right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Remember, the show will be on the road coming up July 18th in Atlanta, Georgia. More details on that as we get closer to SEC Media Days, the 18th through the 21st. Couple of milestones this week. We're 103 days from the start of college football from week 0. So we'll hit that 100-day milestone this week. But we'll also hit our 200th show this week.
Yeah, I think that's Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday or Thursday. They may be exactly at the same time.
Oh, what a day that'll be.
Have you guys figured out where I'm going?
No.
I put Brown and Lunsford on the point there.
Whatever.
They don't talk to me about that kind of stuff. Also, Lance coming up soon, paying off his bracket challenge being sent somewhere in America. My bookie anywhere in America right now can hook you up to a great bet.
They certainly can. Run lines, money lines, props galore. Nobody gives you more opportunities than my bookie. Use code NEXTROUND when you get started. Deposit $300. Play with $200 instantly at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag. Sign up today. Use the promo code NEXTROUND. Secure your first deposit bonus up to $1,000 with MyBookie. Whatever you put in, they meet you halfway, all the way up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag and the code NEXTROUND.
Don't use your bookie. Use MyBookie.
Josh Pate joins us now. Late Kick Josh 24/7 at Late Kick Josh on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Josh Pate? How are you?
200 shows? Is that what I just heard?
You did hear that, 200? Yeah. 200. Yeah. Did you bet against us?
I don't want to answer that. What I do want to tell you is I walked in the office like a month ago, and one of our producers said, "What are you doing for tonight's special occasion?" I said, "It's Sunday. It's Thursday." I didn't even know what the special occasion was. And they told me it was our 250th show. Now, I don't do every day like y'all. I can't pull that off. I just do 2 or 3 nights a week. I was unaware of what my birthday was last year and our 250th show, so we got some balloons. I don't know what you guys plan on doing, but I just got a few balloons now.
Since Jim just now mentioned it, and I was unaware of it, Lance was unaware of it, I'm assuming Rockstar was unaware of it, I'm saying we got no plans right now.
No, Lance is the one that told me. He keeps that running total.
Okay, so Lance is planning this, Josh. That's what's happening here. Lance is planning this.
I am not, just for the record.
So club lighting and...
Jordan Addison, do you get the feeling? Nice transition here. Do you get the feeling it's a done deal to USC?
I felt that way the whole time. Look. So let me obviously caveat all this stuff so I don't get caught in legalese. I don't know that for sure, but I have felt like this was going to play out about like the Caleb Williams saga. You know how rarely I use that word, but I've always felt like he was going to end up there. Still think he's going to end up there. We've seen bigger swerves throughout the lineage of the transfer portal. But yeah, I think he's going to end up there. And that will be, I want to say I think it's their 17th or 18th pickup out of the portal, think about telling your 1995 or even 2005 version of yourself that new coaches are going to come in and you're going to get a signing class. Like, you can sign the true freshman the classical way, but then you can also go to what is called the transfer portal in the future, and you can just overturn your entire roster. USC and Texas have overturned something like 40% of their rosters. And I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. I meant to say this last night. I'm going to use it on your show instead.
Okay, wait. Give me a pause here. It's an easier edit for Forrester to send this out later. Give me a 3 count and then do it. It'll just be an easy edit. Go.
All right, here we go. Now we're live. Everyone live, just ignore this. 3, 2. That's a great point. All of you guys just made great points. And I'll tell you what I think is about to happen is maybe it's LSU, maybe it's USC, maybe it's Florida, but one of these new coaches is going to leverage the portal into boom, like an immediate double-digit win season. And from that point through the rest of eternity, every fan base that gets a new coaching staff in is going to point to that one data point in history and say, well, if they did it, why can't we do it? Why are you telling us we have to rebuild? They didn't have to rebuild. So I expect that's going to happen. Could it be USC this year? Maybe, but eventually that's going to happen, and it's going to ruin it for every new hire from now until forever. Cut.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Forrester,
Well
there you
done,
go.
Josh.
Forrester's getting out of here maybe right after the show now. Doesn't have to stay late to edit. Josh Pate is with us, and I want to ask you though, if I'm one of those guys that goes, all right, obviously he's going to USC for money, right? Because if he was just trying to improve his draft stock or win a championship or any of that, he'd go with his buddy Bryce Young to Tuscaloosa. They're not going to give him as much NIL money as USC is in Tuscaloosa. So I'm choosing USC because of money. And am I wrong being that guy saying he's making a financial choice, not a choice to win a championship or improve his draft stock?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would be a little short-sighted, dare I say ignorant, to ignore that fact. Yeah, that's in there. But look, if I'm Lincoln Riley, okay, let's say I'm taking that route. I can also go to Jordan Addison and I can say, look, we're not running a soup kitchen. Like, look at my track record at Oklahoma. I mean, you're not coming out. It can be a 40-year decision here too. It doesn't just have to be a 4-month cash a couple of checks sort of decision, because I put X, Y, Y, and Z into the NFL, just like the guys there in Tuscaloosa. You can't go wrong going to Alabama, but I'm telling you right now, we are going to establish something out here. I'm just recruiting for USC now. We're going to establish something out here. You get some money in your pocket in the process. You get to create your own brand instead of just being part of an already established brand. Now, I got to admit, that pitch would not work on me because I want to go to the place where I'm most sure to win and I'm most sure to get developed. But I don't think that they have to take a back seat in the whole developmental aspect of it, because they've got a good enough track record coming from Oklahoma.
Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at Late Kick Josh. Watch him at 24/7 Sports. The Vegas odds say USC is the favorite to win the Pac-12. Do you agree with that? And if not, would Jordan Addison change that for you?
No, I don't agree with that. They can do all of the transfer portal work they want, but Lincoln Riley's been really open about this. So I could just, if I had his statements prepared in front of me, I could just read quotes from him. They know what they inherited. And I think there's been kind of a misnomer about USC that they're just loaded with top 5 classes, and whoever comes in there is just basically inheriting a Lamborghini. You just got to change a couple of hubcaps on it. Well, that's not quite the case. I don't think USC's roster was nearly as loaded as people kind of perceive them to be. So he knew as soon as he got there, especially on the line of scrimmage, they have a complete overhaul to do. There are holes at all 3 levels of their defense. So also got quarterback in there. So they've done a lot to rectify that, but they're putting a whole lot of Band-Aids on the side of a leaky water tower. Maybe that works in year 1, maybe it doesn't. But no, I look at Utah and I look at what they did last year, and I'm not always a believer in year over year transition of results. And I'm not saying Utah's taking last year and they're getting to transfer it to this year. A lot of those pieces return, but also they were left for dead last year. They come all the way back. They win the Pac-12 championship, and there's such an air of unfinished business around that program. One of the most veteran coaching staffs in all of college football with Kyle Whittingham there. And I mean, I don't know how. I understand why they're the betting favorite, because I understand how betting markets work. But if this were just apples to apples and you didn't have to factor in the betting market, there's no prayer that you would list USC as a betting favorite or as an odds-on favorite. above Utah. Utah is the cream of the crop until proven otherwise in the Pac-12 South.
With that said, who gets back to a college football playoff first? Any Pac-12 team or Clemson?
How long reasonably could I give you dead air here before it's just too ridiculous?
No, see, that was really good there because you were looking up and doing your eyes back and forth. That's a great edit for Forster for an emoji for us later on. It can be a GIF even. I mean, it's fantastic. Or a GIF, depending on what part of the country you're watching us.
Brown, do you want to tell them how I responded to you when you asked if I could do Zoom today?
With a GIF. Jim's got in my head now. What is it, Rockstar? A GIF?
GIF, like the peanut
God,
butter.
we've never sounded older. A GIF. He responded with a GIF.
I was correct.
You were to begin with, yes, but you doubted yourself.
What was the GIF of, though?
It was, so there's two things I know about Josh. He is a train enthusiast and he is a tornado chaser. Storm chaser, I think, is the proper
Is
word.
Beat Virginia their best song?
The other kind of train. Okay. Yes, the actual train, Rockstar. You like to ride trains, and you ride like a hobo. You're outside on the back of a car.
Well, I mean, I wear the same shirt every night. Does it shock you I live hobo lifestyles? Would it shock you that I exhibit hobo tendencies elsewhere in my life?
Where does this go back to?
I've never ridden a train, and I've got to do one. I've got to ride a train in the next couple of weeks.
Part of his bracket payoff.
So I need some advice.
Look, this is not that upper crust sweater vest Amtrak crowd.
No.
This is hopping, okay? This is illegal activity. That's why I can't get too deeper into it. Anyway, like 5 minutes ago, you asked me a question.
Yeah.
I cannot remember what it was.
Wait. So you hop trains.
He's a train hopper.
Will you prove to me that you have two legs still? I mean, isn't that very dangerous in the lower limbs? That you could lose a leg jumping on a train,
I
can't
think
you?
I'd rather hop a train than chase a storm, though.
I want to get to the storm chasing.
Both are predictable if you have the right apps on your phone.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So I don't know what we were talking about. What were we talking about?
I'll reset it. I'll reset it for you. Back to a college football playoff first. Any Pac-12 team or Clemson?
Mm-hmm. I will go Clemson. I don't have a lot of confidence in this answer. That's why I paused for like 3 minutes. I would go Clemson only because I cannot forget what they did up until last year. And then if your 10-win season's the down year, that means you're in a different level than everyone else. That means you're a tier 1 program and you've got first world problems. But the reason I speak so hesitantly is because the stuff that went wrong for them last year in the ACC that got them to a 10-win season and no more, I don't know if they've been rectified. In fact, I could make the argument that maybe there are more question marks about Clemson. They lacked explosivity at the receiver position last year. I don't know that they changed that. They lacked accuracy at the quarterback position. I don't know that they changed that. Like DJ lost a ton of weight. I don't know how that translates to his accuracy. I don't know how that makes them more explosive at the receiver position. Replacing both coordinators that were just staples, and especially Brent Venables, of that multi-year national championship run. There is so much that has to be proven by Dabo Swinney right now, which is just ludicrous to say because he's a multi-time national championship winning head coach. It's not like he was a coordinator and now he has to prove himself as a head coach. But yet, so much about his philosophy, so much about growing and promoting from within and developing from within, way more so than everyone else does. It's kind of on trial this year, is it not? And so I look at him and I still see them as, I think, the 4th best odds right now to make the playoff. And no one else in the Pac-12 is like that. But yet you're giving me a whole conference out there. I go Clemson to this answer, but it's very slight, very slight.
Listen, I know it's all public relations and it doesn't really matter. But coming out of the ACC meetings, boy, those coaches looked a little weak and like they were crying over spilled milk. This part of the show, by the way, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. You can go check that out by the pool, lake, or beach this weekend. But at the ACC meetings, Josh, you had, I think it was Norvell, Narduzzi has talked about it. Satterfield has talked about it. Tampering. Alabama lost players. Oklahoma, my God, they lost a roster to USC. Texas, USC, it's part of where football is now. Players in the portal moving and changing places. Tampering has gone on for forever, even when you had to sit out back in the day. Do you think the ACC is doing itself a favor by having these coaches comment about tampering, or does it make them look weak and like they're ripe for the picking?
I don't particularly mind it. They're saying publicly what a lot of coaches are saying privately, but as much noise as came out of ACC spring meeting week, I paid more attention to what Kirby Smart and Nick Saban said. And they were on a golf course, I think. So I think that got as much attention. I think it should have. I dedicated a lot of time last night to talking about what Kirby said with, I think, Feinbaum. And he said, paraphrasing, what's happening a lot is not so much tampering in the classical sense as it is kids are reaching out to us. And that echoes the feedback I've gotten from several major programs. Georgia's one of them. Bama's another one. Ohio State's another one. Of the fact that daily, those staffers and support staffers up to and including position coaches and coordinators and head coaches, they're hearing from players on other rosters. I think it would shake people a little bit to know how many major players on perhaps your roster even are reaching out to those major programs and asking, do you have a spot for me? That's not tampering. That's the inverse of tampering. I'm not saying it doesn't go on. I'm not naive. I understand what the lay of the land is right now. But I think the face of tampering, the biggest fear that a lot of fans have with tampering is it's the major programs going and just pillaging and plundering through all the second, third tier rosters out there. And that's not the case. The actual fact is the Georgias or Alabamas of the world are actually more prone to being victimized by tampering. I know no one's going to shed a tear for them. I'm not trying to draw sympathy for them, but I think a lot of folks are painting this as a doom and gloom scenario because they think one thing's happening. And I just don't think it's happening quite the way it's being presented. I think tampering is the perpetrators of tampering, shall I say, are probably a lot more the teams that float in the 5 to 8 win range than the ones that you're terrified of, sitting there in the national championship picture every year.
Who gets to an SEC championship game first, Jimbo Fisher or Brian Kelly?
Jimbo Fisher. He's just further ahead in a program building process. And so I don't doubt Brian Kelly. Now it sounds like I'm fence riding. I'm just trying to tell you, I believe in Brian Kelly. I'm not one of these, he's not a good fit at LSU kind of folks, but Jimbo Fisher, let me put it this way. It is hard to recruit like they are, and they are going to continue to do and not eventually get a shot because he's not unproven. He's won a national championship before. Dude knows football. He's got a very, very good staff out there. And also, I don't know when this is going to happen. Maybe you guys have more insight than I do on this, but eventually it sounds like there is coming a time where he's not going to have to play Alabama every single year. And he's not going to have to play Arkansas and LSU every single year. So it may be that the schedule also turns the way of Jimbo Fisher in the not too distant future. I have to go with them because they're in the same division. They play each other heads up every year, and Jimbo's further along in his program development than Brian Kelly. I believe in both guys, though.
Thank God it has been a very inactive storm spotting season, at least here in Alabama. But did you describe yourself as a professional storm chaser? Would you be an amateur storm chaser?
Look, when you're a professional, you have to pay taxes. You know that, Brown. So I'm an amateur everything as far as the government is concerned.
How terrible is the movie Twister?
Hold on now. Listen, I know you don't have enough time for us to have this conversation.
No, we got all the time in the world. We own it. We own the time.
Okay, so it's a good point you just made there. So I think that the American Cinematic Society has done a grave injustice to the movie Twister because I think it glorifies the worst scene in the movie. The cow, for example.
Right.
Yeah,
it's kind of like in Forrest Gump. If you've seen Forrest Gump, which most of us have, and you hear someone say the life is like a box of chocolates quotes or the run Forrest run, that makes it sound like it's just a movie of foolishness. And it's not. It's a great movie. Twister is a great movie. If it holds up scientifically, if it doesn't hold up scientifically, I don't really care. It's a movie for a reason. They didn't show it in a documentary format. They showed it in a silver screen format. I think it's great. And what it does, and I was just out in Oklahoma 2 weeks ago doing what they were doing in that very state, it perfectly encapsulates the culture of storm chasing. They could not have nailed that any better if they would have just mounted cameras to storm chasing cars. So that part of Twister they nailed. I love Twister. I swear by it, but I can do without the cow scene.
Oh, see. So what he just told us, very realistic portrayal of what storm chasing is like. We never would have known that.
Yeah, and I would tell you, I think you were painting him, though, as an amateur. You were trying to do that like he was Penny Lane, Kate Hudson from Almost Famous, like he was following the storm chasers around. He's a real legit storm chaser.
Sure.
He's a rock star.
I didn't doubt that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't want you to paint him like he was a storm chasing groupie or something.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
What I was asking, is this a hobby for you, Josh, or is it something that you're, looking to make a living in? I don't know. I mean, you do great with what you're doing.
Part of the reason I got into this profession is because I love college football. But I'm not going to lie to you. The other part is because I knew it would give me flexibility in the spring to where I could go storm chasing, because those are my number one and number two passions. And no lie, I got to give the folks at CBS a lot of credit. They don't ask questions. If I just disappear for 3 or 4 days at a time in the spring, as long as I'm getting my work done, they don't ask questions. I'm not going to go as far as to say they totally endorse my behavior, but they don't ask questions about it. And that is probably, it's probably the most fun recreational thing that I think you can do. Now, you have to be kind of crazy to do it, obviously. But if you have that kind of crazy about you and like you're fascinated by the majesty and the terror of atmospheric science, then it's really fun. Go in a group. Don't go alone. But if you can go in a group where you don't have to drive, it's really fun.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 3 people died a couple of weeks ago storm chasing. Have you been in a dicey situation yourself?
Well, yeah, actually, I was out there when they passed away. Those were students from Oklahoma, and it was a terrible situation. There is something in the storm chasing community called convergence, which is just when hundreds of cars are doing the same thing you are. And a lot of times you're not on, LA Expressway, 8-lane each way interstates. You're on dirt roads, you're on single, double line roads in the middle of the country, and you can't maneuver on a dime if you need to. And that's what happens a lot of times out there. That's why you need to know what you're doing. And I know I'm sitting here telling you I'm an amateur doing it, but you really need to be responsible and know what you're doing out there. You have to truly, it's like a head on a swivel in football. You truly have to have your head on a swivel, or you're Aaron Murray with Quentin Dial in the 2012 SEC championship game. Just like that.
Yeah.
And everyone's saying it's weird seeing Josh in a colored T-shirt today, not a white T-shirt. It is.
He does that for our show.
Yeah, we appreciate that. It's like we're at the Met all of a sudden.
No, I really feel like I'm going to apply for a loan any moment. That's how dressed up I
am. Well, you have come to the wrong spot. Josh Pate with us at Late Kick Josh is where you follow him on Twitter. Watch him on 24/7. As always, Josh, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
All right, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Josh with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
It is a terrible movie, by the way.
We should point out to him, though, that we wouldn't ask any questions in the springtime either. If he was working at Double Down Media, we'd let him.
Oh, he'd go.
We'd let him chase
all the storms he wants.
Eric on Twitter saying, "Oh my God, did he ever stand up? Was that one of Dunaway's most awkward moments? Does Josh really have 2 legs, or did he lose one in a train?"
Lieutenant Diane.
They're titanium. That's what they use on a spaceship, Forrest.
One of my favorites is your Lieutenant Dan and Forrest. I love that. What's he say to him when he says it?
You ain't got no legs.
You ain't got no legs.
That's my boat.
How bitter is Lieutenant Dan?
Oh, when he was challenging the storm, he was challenging God, man. Is that all you got?
Had a bottle of liquor in his hand, didn't he?
Happy birthday to our friend C. Stu, owner of Gutter Cap. He had a birthday this past weekend. Awesome time. LT got a chance to celebrate with him. We always send our best wishes to him, and he loves to help you folks out with the gutters that can help you never clean that gutter again.
Yeah, Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It is backed with a lifetime warranty, and right now, for the next round of viewers and listeners, 45% off the retail price. Call Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
He said what over in the chat room? Says, LT, did you keep a running total of how many shows we did at Jocks back in the day? I'm interested to know, too.
I believe that number was loosely calculated during our departure for legal reasons, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't remember the number we came up with.
I don't. And what sucks is I've got 4 journals and I'm missing one.
Yeah.
So about 3 years of our shows I can't find.
See, there's another whole segment, the missing chapter,
journal.
The missing journal. I want to. This documentary we're doing, Brown and I have 2 different philosophies of doing it. Maybe one of us will put it on Netflix and the other will put it on Amazon, and we'll see which does better. All right. Always good catching up with Josh Pate. Love talking to that guy when it comes to college football. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. You can always get Josh and any of our interviews podcasted at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, and see it on our YouTube channel. You watch us every day on YouTube, on Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. We appreciate that so much. Also, the audio version live on our Next Round app on TuneIn Radio, Spotify, Odyssey, Apple Podcasts, and Alexa. So thanks for being with us on all of our platforms today. And there's a couple of more I didn't get to, but wherever you find us, thank you for finding us live on this Monday. What is this, May 16th?
That is correct, Jim.
May 16th, moving right along, 103 days away from the start of college football season. We'll get there quickly. We talked a little bit to Josh about Jordan Addison, who visited Texas last week and USC this past weekend. Nothing official yet for him, but we will see where he ends up going. Matt Landers was a one-time Georgia receiver who went for 1 year at Toledo, had 5 touchdowns and 514 yards receiving last year. Landers picked Arkansas over the weekend, so now he's joining an Arkansas team that also has been very active in the portal as well. I guess everyone's active in the portal, right? You have a lot of people leaving, a lot of people coming.
If you're not, you're either losing or changing jobs.
I still think we doubt Sam Pittman as well as he's done in his first 2 years. When you start to look at the schedule, I mean, what's the expectation for Arkansas this year?
I think people are expecting. I think Arkansas people think they are the second best team in the West, and they'll take a shot at doing what A&M did to Alabama last year.
I will tell you, man, if Arkansas finishes second in the West, that would be a hell of a job there.
Oh, I would agree 100% with you.
And if I'm a Texas A&M fan, I'm not happy at all.
I would double agree with you on that one. I think if Sam Pittman gets 8 wins, I think he's done a really good job. I know it's a step backwards after the way they finished last year, but you just got to be realistic about this.
Yeah, I'm more where you are, actually a little lower. I think Arkansas will be the big talking point all summer long. High expectations.
I agree.
And I am not bullish on them. What's the other side of bullish?
That'd be bearish.
I am bearish on Arkansas.
Yeah.
Bearish on Arkansas. I think I finally figured out why it's bullish and bearish. I finally looked it up a couple of years ago. A bull attacks rising, so that's why you're bullish on rising stocks.
Right.
And a bear, it swats down when attacking.
Right.
So that's why you're bearish.
That's why you're
Stocks
bearish.
are going down.
It could be a disaster by October for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you open with Cincinnati, a game they're going to be favored in. Cincinnati's losing a lot, so you think Arkansas wins that game. But then you've got South Carolina. You got to go to A&M, and you've got Alabama.
Yeah, and
all in September.
That could be a 1-3, 0-4 start realistically, but you 1-3 start more than likely.
Yeah, well, you got Missouri State in there too.
Okay. So 2-3, 3-2, very
But
realistic.
if they start 2-3, here's how October opens up: at Mississippi State, at BYU, at Auburn.
Yeah, BYU, tough game in between 2 SEC games. What's Rockstar watching tonight? We ask that question every day. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yes, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years now. For more information, 1-800-735-2787 or online. Check out his incredible work, danielmooreart.com.
At what point do you guys, or have you ever given up on a director or a actor? We're just like, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore.
I never really blame it on either one of those.
What?
I don't.
Those are the two biggest reasons.
No, I mean, I think it is always script and storylines. Right?
Some directors write.
Yeah, well, I mean, then that's a writing problem. But
Adam Sandler, I gave up a long time ago.
Okay, but say that you were an Adam Sandler fan. Like, I like Adam Sandler until
so you
never
liked him.
Yeah,
see?
I can't say that.
And to me, it's almost
everything
stands on itself.
I got one, and you're probably going this direction. Clint Eastwood. I love Clint Eastwood. I could not watch Cry Macho. I couldn't.
Well, that was, I mean,
you watched The Mule, and you were like, that's it.
Yeah. And I thought The Mule was good.
It's a good movie, but you could just really see.
You can tell he is really breaking down physically, and I just don't want to see Clint Eastwood like that.
Well, he's going to be the second thing I mentioned.
And was
today.
a huge fan.
Well, would you rather see him just behind the camera?
Yes.
Would you have watched Cry Macho if it was another actor and Clint Eastwood was directing it?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Maybe.
Probably so.
Adam Sandler.
Clint Eastwood's done some fantastic films.
My point is, it's M. Night Shyamalan. The HBO Max, they're showing his most recent thing, which I think it's a rewritten story. He redid it, reimagined it, about people get lost on this island, and Miles is in it from Lost, if you remember, and kids start just aging. People just start aging. The writing is so bad. And M. Night Shyamalan had a big part in the writing. The acting is so bad. The lines delivered, there's a girl with an accent that's a mother. It is so bad. and I think I've officially given up on M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah, I can't believe he's still getting paid. Like, I love Sixth Sense. I thought it was really original. Brown's the only person that figured it out before anybody else.
Yes.
I thought The Village was really creative.
Village was good. Signs was really good.
I didn't like Signs. He started
Unbreakable was great.
I didn't like Unbreakable.
Didn't like The Lady in the Water.
Did he do the movie where they're trapped in a grocery store, convenience store, and there's a fog? I think it was called The Mist.
That's the Stephen King.
Is that Stephen King?
The Mist, and then there's a movie called The Fog.
Yeah. Chad says M. Night Shyamalan for him. He said he lost me after The Happening.
Happening was awful with Mark Wahlberg. See, like and he had he produced one called Devil where people were stuck in an elevator. The whole movie was like 4 people stuck in an elevator.
So basically, he had a grand slam to start his career, and then was a career.
He had some great follow-ups, but then it's just man, just don't write. Don't write anymore.
Patrick says Jim Carrey and Adam Sandler were great in the 90s, but nothing after that for him.
That's true.
And Lunsford always does this from the back road. I didn't hate Old.
Did you think it was a comedy? It was so bad. I mean, I want Lance to watch it so bad. You watch Old, see if you can get through. I mean, it's probably 85 minutes long. It is so bad.
Old.
All
right.
Skylar says if you go into it with the right attitude, The Happening is hilarious.
Oh, it's awful.
I don't think it's meant to be a comedy, is it?
It's just so bad.
People are killing themselves.
Skylar says Old is amazing and hilarious as well. So
it's just like it's kind of like The Room. Like, this is a movie. At 8 p.m. on Access TV, back to Clint Eastwood. It's A Fistful of Dollars. I have never in my life seen a Clint Eastwood Western besides Unforgiven.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
That's the best one.
I've never seen Good and the Bad.
There is
any of that stuff.
Outlaw Josie Wells?
Yeah. Fistful of Dollars is part of the trilogy of the spaghetti westerns. Yeah. And I think one of the great cinematic scenes of all time in Fistful of Dollars, the clock scene. Did you like that, Lance?
I think it's a great movie, yeah.
Yeah, where they're out in they're out basically in the corral, and I don't want to spoil it for people. I mean, my God, the movie's been out forever.
I think it's like 64.
It's 60 years.
Yeah, but that's a fantastic scene.
And that's the viewing menu, something I haven't seen. So,
all right, New Life Art bringing you that viewing menu. We appreciate Rockstar every day. One move in the NFL happening as we speak. The Green Bay Packers and Jair Alexander are finalizing a 4-year, $84 million contract extension from Adam Schefter at ESPN. $21 million average per year is the highest for any defensive back in the NFL.
Well, he deserves it. You know, a lot of people would say that Jalen Ramsey is probably your best cornerback. A lot of people would have Alexander number 2.
A little Drew Brees talk after Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy Dunaway right now at Nichols Outfitters. They want to remind you Father's Day is the next big day you need to be concerned about. It is right ahead of us. Nichols Outfitters has got a unique opportunity for a great gift. From now until Father's Day, purchase any Christensen Traverse rifle, and it enters you into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle right alongside it. If you've got an outdoorsman in the household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. It's the kind of thing that would bring a smile to your face on Father's Day. Purchase one classic Christensen rifle, enter to win another. Now until Father's Day, Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Eric Church has a lyric that says, I believe that Jesus is coming back before she does. Breezes coming back was a headline this weekend in the National Football League. What's going on here, LT? Is this real? Is Drew Brees really thinking about a comeback?
No. There's no way Drew Brees is going to come back. I think this was made in jest. He's just basically throwing a bunch of things out there that he could possibly be doing.
It does look like he may have lost his NBC job, if you believe reports.
That's been widely reported that he's out at NBC. Yeah. They did not like his development.
They said it was a mutual decision. I seriously doubt that. But the last time we saw him on the field, he threw 3 interceptions. And I told you guys going back to the 2018 NFC Championship game, I just think he's lost a lot of arm strength. I guess the question is, are there 32 quarterbacks better on the planet right now than Drew Brees? And I would say they probably are.
30. You think there are 32 better than Drew Brees? Because
I think you had 2 in college that are better than Drew Brees right now.
Yeah, but you got to go, okay, is there 32 quarterback brains that are better than Drew Brees? And then you ask the question, can his body perform anymore? Because I think his brain, I would want his brain to be back in the National Football League at a lot of places.
This
even
is
in New
Peyton
Orleans.
Manning, right? So you're saying like Peyton Manning in that last Super Bowl he was in.
That's right.
could barely get the ball down the field, but he was still quarterbacking with Peyton Manning's brain.
That's right.
And Drew Brees has that.
But I think Drew Brees was in that Peyton Manning situation. New Orleans had a really good defense a couple of years ago, and that was a really good New Orleans team that he threw 3 picks in that game. That was the Peyton Manning then. So I think he's obviously declined more over the last couple of years. I don't think there's any chance he comes back.
I would be stunned.
Me too.
I don't know if he's kidding, if he's just having fun, or if he's trying to try to polish his exit at NBC, because he was the analyst for the Notre Dame games.
Which I always thought was a weird fit.
It was a weird fit, a Purdue guy doing Notre Dame games. So you'd be like, Joe Theismann is your obvious choice there. Just go get Joe Theismann to do it, but what do I know? So he was analyst for the Notre Dame games and was doing the studio show.
Yeah.
And they thought he is a potential replacement for Collinsworth if he ever moves on, but he had not developed to that level.
And Collinsworth didn't
not
move
moving
on.
Yeah.
So why would you spend the money that you're having to pay Brees for a guy that's not there? The New York Post, the one reporting that Brees would not be working for NBC in 2022, and then he takes that tweet and retweets and says, despite speculation from media about my future this fall, I'm currently undecided. I may work for NBC. I may play football again. I may focus on business and philanthropy. I may train for the pickleball tour, senior golf tour, coach my kids, or all of the above. I'll let you guys know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, he's got a couple of good products. Walk-ons, which we love.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy John's, that's pretty good sub.
Yep.
So if I was him, I'd just count my money. I'd probably retire, watch football on the couch. But I would ask you this: if Tom Brady wouldn't have come back, would you want Drew Brees as your quarterback?
No, I would want Jimmy G as my quarterback before I would Drew Brees.
I agree.
Just because, I mean, if I could put Drew Brees' brain inside Jimmy G, that would be a little different, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, Drew Brees has got one of the great brains of football. So you, honest to goodness, there is no, in the full 32, Lance, you don't think there's one quarterback Drew Brees would start in front of this year?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to start with New Orleans, because to think he's coming back for a different team would be asinine, I think.
Yeah, but Jameis Winston, and Dennis Allen said as much. He's like, I don't think Drew Brees is being serious about this.
Right. I don't think so either.
Yeah. Jameis Winston's a better quarterback right now.
Yeah. Much better arm. His decision making has gotten better, and they add Jarvis Landry over the weekend.
Oh, I think New Orleans is going to be a tough outfit.
Yeah, and they've added Matthew to the other side.
Seattle.
Yeah, that would be the next place you go, because Pete Carroll, everyone respects Pete.
Okay, so you've got Geno Smith and Drew Lock.
Yeah, you wouldn't start Drew Brees in front of Geno Smith or Drew Lock.
Yeah,
I would.
But look, are you going to come back and play again if you're going to go 5-12, 6-11?
No,
even with Drew Brees, that's what that team's going to go.
Yeah. And again, I think this was a play off him leaving NBC. I don't think he could seriously be considering this right now.
This covers up the fact that it makes it look like I'm leaving NBC on my terms.
That's right.
It was mutual, because I wanted to see if I can go again in the National Football League, and I needed to train first and not be worried about broadcasting, and then I'll decide whether I'm going to play or not.
And if I decide not, let me just lay out for you all the things I got going on in my life with my kids, my business, golf, all these things. NBC was just getting in the way. I mean, that's what you do here.
Well, NBC figured he was going to be the next Tony Romo, and now Fox is doing this with Tom Brady. I assume Brady will be good.
Well, it's a gamble. I assume he will, but I don't know.
I'm going to watch anyway. I watch Aqib Talib. He's maybe the worst. I respected him as a cornerback, but watching him on these broadcasts, he's
I mean, if your team is playing, you'll fight through a lot from the announcers to watch them.
Yeah. Including turning down the sound and turning up your local radio broadcast.
Yes. I like to watch the Dolphins with the sound down and Eli up.
Champions Boxing likes to have you inside the boxing arena there if you're trying to train your mind and your body a little differently than most places. It's right there on Highway 119 and Highway 31 at the corner there behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. It is Champions Boxing, fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing. They'll help you reach your fitness goals. Again, this is a mental and physical training session you'll get. It trains the mind and the body for ages 7 and up. It's not a fight club, but they do use the sport of boxing there to get you in shape. Call them up, 205-358-8176, 8176, or just stop by the gym and check them out. It's right again at the corner of Highway 119, Highway 31 in Pelham, behind the Purple Onion. That's right off the I-65 amphitheater exit. Easy drive from a lot of your homes. 6 USA Boxing certified trainers there. The training will improve your confidence and your discipline. You can also check them out and see some pictures on Facebook as well. Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL. Much more with what's going on in college football as we roll on at 11 o'clock. FanDuel's got some college football betting lines that Brown's going to walk us through, and we'll play pick a winner. I love doing that. That's all still to come today right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Legion FC in action Wednesday night at Protective Stadium. We look forward to them back in action. BHMLegion.com for tickets. Happy graduation to all the graduates out there, including Steph Curry, who got his degree over the weekend from Davidson 13 years later. It's always good to see the athletes go back.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing when you think about it, how much money that guy's made.
Brown will rejoin us after Rockstar tells us about his guy, Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre at MD Realty is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised right here in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Did you know that buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Twister, we were talking Twister earlier. Twister, an American classic, says many of you on Twitter. We appreciate that so much. Wednesday, 50 days until the start of the World Games. Wednesday is 50 days. With that in mind, one of the events coming to Birmingham at Bowell Auditorium, Ryan Brown is a sumo wrestler today.
Oh, my. Sumo wrestlers wear New Balance.
You do if you're sponsored here. Brownie, making everyone happy on the third floor.
I don't really carry the weight.
Oh, you don't carry the weight? It's inflatable? Come on in, man. Have a seat.
I feel a little movement.
Brownie in a sumo suit. We're going to do a little sumo wrestling. We're figuring it out, either live in the show or later on after the show. We'll send you the video. You can give up sitting. You can give up sitting down, my man.
I got to see it.
You can give up sitting down. You're like Krampus on the backside there.
That's going to work.
That wasn't bad. Are you actually in there? That's good. I like that.
I can't get to my microphone.
Yeah.
Lose weight.
There you go. This is not a way to wellness ad there, but sumo wrestling's coming part of the World Games, 50 days away coming up, and we're gonna get Brown and LT in this little outfit later on. They're gonna butt heads, see who ends up winning this thing.
LT said his neck hurts today.
His neck. Last week we didn't do it because of your calves.
I know.
No.
I don't think LT wants to do this.
First of all, how did I get voted to do it? Why are you not doing it?
I'm going to a doctor's appointment. I don't get an opportunity to do it.
Oh, Dunaway, that doctor's appointment you didn't know about till recently.
And I've got somebody coming up here.
I know.
See, nobody wants to do this. I am the only one on this show that's willing to have fun at the expense of myself.
Oh, yeah, exactly. If we do it during the show, can you do it during the show? If we find a place to do it live in this show?
If we do it in sometime in the 11 o'clock hour.
Okay. Lunsford, can you find us a place to sumo wrestle?
But why can't you do it during the show?
Oh, I'll be glad to.
Okay.
I'll be glad to. I was going to say we can do a little bracket. Like we'll draw between Rockstar, me, you, and Brown, and we'll have semifinals and then finals.
So we're just going to switch the suit back and forth. That's great.
Yeah,
that's going to be great.
A lot of fun.
What are you going to do? You're going to bracket it out?
You think Brown's the first one to wear this suit?
Yeah, I know.
You think?
I don't think so.
You think that they've been cleaned since the last time?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't either. Did we?
Man has no nipples.
Or belly button.
Yeah.
Did we borrow this suit from that bar that went out of that shut down?
What was the name of that place?
Atomic.
Atomic.
Yeah.
We don't know where we got it from.
I was hanging out with somebody. They were dressed as a squirrel one time.
I had a friend that wore. I think they had a dolphin. Did they have a dolphin?
Did you ever dress up when you went in there?
It was a fish.
Not that I remember.
Because seriously, to go to that bank is rough.
Last time I was there was friends from CBS 42. My friend Lee Garner was in there. She dressed as something. Somebody else dressed as something. And they said, what are you going to dress as? And I said, I'm going to be the dirty old man.
Actually, you wear it well. Good job.
I was the oldest guy there. I'll just be that guy.
I don't know if they just sprayed something that smelled good on the costumes, but they smelled like they were clean.
So they had a good odor.
Yeah, that was a really cool bar. I can't believe they went under.
Me either. I think COVID got them. Atomic.
Atomic, yeah.
And I assumed I saw a story they were going out. I assumed they did finally go out of business.
I think Lunsford is going to be a massive favorite if he gets in one of these.
Lunsford?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was keeping it to the four of us. I didn't want, Forster has a little country strong in him, and Lunsford's going to bounce us around the room.
Yeah.
I didn't want to lose, even though I don't think I would win anyway. How do you win in this?
I don't really know. I don't know how to do
you just get knocked down?
I think sumo, you knock him moving up a circle.
Yeah.
There's a big circle, and the first one that's full body out of the circle, you lose.
Oh, so is that how we're going to do it?
I don't know. Y'all can do rock, paper, scissors for all I care.
50 days on Wednesday from the World Games coming to Birmingham. And by the way, if you're downtown anytime recently, they were trying to repave the whole city in the final 50 days.
We're going to get there, Jim. We're going to get there, yeah.
They've put cones up everywhere. We're repaving the whole city of Birmingham in 50 days. They're working on that. Redmont Vodka and Distilling, the official vodka of not only the next round, but of the World Games.
Yeah, pick up a bottle today. Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, and available at your local package and ABC stores.
I swear, when you'd be a good mascot, by the way.
That's what I see Big Al do. He does that. It kind of looks freaky when you're
what is that?
Yeah, he does do that. Know. He does do that a lot. Yep.
What's up with the hat? Like, what is? Is that supposed to be a ponytail?
As a
man bun?
Yeah, use a man bun.
Well, and they do have
like a pacifier.
Yeah, but they do have colors on it.
It's like a ring pop.
So you can tell it's red or blue. I mean, who you're betting on? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do because my belt is red.
Yep.
As you can see.
It's not a belt.
It's
a thong. It's a thong.
A lot of material.
How big are most sumo wrestlers? Like 400?
Yeah, I think so,
pounds?
yeah.
They'll have different classifications on 2 different days at Bowell Auditorium coming up. You can go to the World Games and check out the websites and the fighting coming up.
This thing's hot.
Yep. Well, the more you move.
Yep. Well, I mean, I got to entertain
mental
the
note,
audience.
don't wear the red one later on. You'll be like wearing Chandler's underwear after Joey's put them on. Top of the hour when we come back, Brown's going to take the suit off and do betting lines for us for college football and a lot more still to come on the show. This is The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I do like that the sumo wrestling is going to be down at Boutwell Auditorium. Good to crank up some old memories there at Boutwell. That's where wrestling was when I was growing up.
Right, the one your grandmom used to watch. You were talking about.
Yep.
Do you remember some of the names?
You know, I don't even know if I was told that those that were on local TV because of remotes back in the 70s and the technology, that was actually shot maybe in like the CBS 42 studio, and they had smaller audiences, and then the big events were down at Boutwell Auditorium, but the TV part wasn't really from Boutwell early on. But
I think I've seen a ton of concerts at Boutwell. I used to go to a lot of concerts as a kid, but I think I saw Motley Crue open for Ozzy Osbourne at Boutwell.
At Boutwell Auditorium?
I think so.
I can't remember ever going to a concert at Boutwell.
Yeah, I went to Quiet Riot. I went to Billy Idol there. Trying to think of some other concerts at Boutwell.
Honest to goodness,
I think you saw Robert Palmer.
I saw Robert Palmer at the amphitheater.
Oh, okay. Dang.
I think the only time I've been in Boutwell Auditorium is when we went in to have a beer after running the Mercedes Marathon.
Yep.
That's the second time I was in there. I've been in there twice. I think
that's the only time I've ever been inside a Boutwell Auditorium.
Wow.
I guess I may have gone as a kid to wrestling because we did go wrestling one night. Damn Yankees, Tojo Yamamoto, and them. So I went wrestling. I think that was at Boutwell.
I saw the Damn Yankees open for the Black Crowes at Boutwell.
Wow.
Oh, Damn Yankees, the band, not the wrestling duo, the tag team.
That? Forrester says he's all Smashing Pumpkins there.
They're in town this weekend.
They are.
They really?
And that ticket, somebody was telling me that ticket's $200.
For Smashing Pumpkins?
Well, they got secondary market.
Like 80% of the band, the original band's back. They have Billy Chamberlain, Jimmy Chamberlain on drums, and James Eha on guitar.
Small venue, though. It's like it's out at Avondale.
So
it's not that small. You're outside.
Dave says Metallica Black played.
No.
That had to be BJCC.
Yeah, I was at that concert. It was BJCC.
Yeah.
Charleston, one of our great female listeners, WVOK, Shower of the Stars, always at Bowell.
Now, what was that?
I don't know. Shower of the Stars. Is it like American Idol hitting multiple acts? Shower of the Stars?
I got no idea.
Yeah. Shower of the Stars.
This is Danny DeVito in a shower.
Here's how he takes a shower. Now, you notice.
Man, he's small.
He's got soap on his back right now.
Danny likes to shampoo first. Didn't you set up a remote one time for LT back in the days before you were really on the air, when you were just plugging up wires for Herb at a strip joint in Atlanta?
I delivered equipment there, I think.
You delivered equipment?
That was the Cheetah, right?
Yeah.
It was the Cheetah, yep. Him and Ray Melick.
Yep. We had to drive. We were on our way. Where were Ray and I? We were doing the show actually from the Georgia Dome, I think. Ray and I were, and we had to drop something for Lance, and Fitzy wasn't with you then, was he?
Cole was on with
me. Was
that
it Cole?
day.
Okay, yeah, for Lance and Cole.
Now, I'm told, I wouldn't know, but there was, I think, at the Cheetah at one point, a shower that was sort of in the middle of a room.
Part of the show?
That people...
I never saw that.
People would watch
I didn't
some of the
frequent
dancers
the Cheetah
shower.
much. I've probably been to the Cheetah 10 times in my life, and I've never seen a shower.
Yeah, just... I was told back in the day. All right, so let's get
ate a good club sandwich there, though.
It still amazes me.
That's what they're known for, man. You got dancers here too? What the hell?
I'll take the old club sandwich.
I could get a club sandwich and this?
The Cheetah Club.
Dr. B, that'll put hair on your chest. Dr. B will put hair on your head, man.
Oh, yes. With age, for most, comes hair loss. Unfortunately, I noticed hair starting to fall out a little bit this year. Asked around. Everybody said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up the consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it, he can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
Kurt Busch wins in NASCAR at Kansas. Steve Stricker wins the region's tradition out at Greystone. Auburn sweeps Alabama in baseball. Last game was a no contest because of weather delay and curfew. One more regular season weekend of SEC baseball before they come to Hoover for the SEC baseball tournament. Arkansas wins the SEC softball tournament. Selection Sunday comes. Host teams for regionals coming up include Alabama, who gets the number 6 overall seed. Arkansas has the number 4 overall seed. Florida is a 14 seed. Tennessee is an 11 seed. And Missouri is a 15 seed. All of those teams will host regionals. That means they're the favorites to advance to super regionals. The rest of the league that got a bid are all 2 seeds. Texas A&M, LSU, Ole Miss, Georgia, Kentucky, and Auburn, all going to the NCAA tournament. Only 2 teams in the SEC not in the NCAA tournament in softball. That's South Carolina and Vandy, and Vandy doesn't even have a team. So South Carolina is the one that comes up just short this year. We got baseball in town coming up Tuesday at the Hoover Met, Auburn and Sanford, 6 o'clock out there. You can check and get tickets to see Auburn before they come back and play at the SEC tournament. And those are your headlines. No NBA, no NHL tonight after an exciting Sunday in both of those. But we always love to talk college football. We did that earlier with Josh Pate. That's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. And our friends at FanDuel started last Thursday throwing out some betting lines, and they've completed the rest of the season out today. Brown has pulled some interesting ones, and we're going to talk a little about that here in this segment.
You want those early season ones too, because we've done week 1, haven't we? We've gotten all those.
We've done those. You just entertain us with betting lines.
All right, I'll entertain. So these are what they consider some of their game of the year lines, some of their bigger games. Alabama at Texas. Alabama a 14.5-point favorite via FanDuel at Texas.
I was going to say 14.5.
Yeah.
So give me a lean. This is not Lance's official play on these games.
I would lay the 14.5.
You'd lay the 14.5 there.
Yeah.
I mean, this you heard Josh say earlier though. This 40% of the roster is remade there in Austin.
We still don't know what you're getting at quarterback. Hudson Card probably not going to be the guy. It's probably going to be yours, but we don't know how good he's going to be.
Yeah, first time against that Alabama defense, and they got some guys that can pressure him.
Now the good news for yours or Card, whoever your starting quarterback is, you got Bijan Robinson back there. And Xavier Worthy. I mean, you've got some playmakers on that offense.
If I ask you, though, where Alabama, their defense has been vulnerable, is it usually through the air, or is it through the run? Like a runner like Bijan Robinson, do you think that can take advantage?
It will be tough for him to get 100 yards against Alabama.
Okay.
The way I think Alabama's defense
and if he doesn't go over 100 yards, this thing's a 21-point game.
Yeah, but because of Bijan, you can't sit there, if you're Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, and just pin your ears back and go after the quarterback. You got to respect the run a lot.
I just don't think Texas is physical enough. I'm watching them against Arkansas last year.
Yeah, so you just went straight pat die. You don't think they're man enough to run the ball?
Not man enough to win the game.
Arkansas beat them up.
A couple other games that day, by the way. Kentucky is at Florida. Florida is favored 4 in that game. For those of you that think Kentucky might be a contender in the East, they would have to be pulling slight upset against Florida. And Tennessee minus 3.5 at Pitt. Week 3, Miami at Texas A&M. This is an early...
it's going to be
interesting matchup.
A&M, I would say, is probably 10.5.
A&M is minus 9, so that tells you this is an uphill climb for Mario Cristobal of Miami on the road at Texas A&M.
It'd be an interesting game, though, if Texas A&M has pegged the wrong quarterback. That Miami team can make this interesting.
Yeah, well, even if they peg the right quarterback, the best quarterback on the field will be Tyler Van Dyke.
Also that day, Penn State visits Auburn. FanDuel Sportsbook has installed Penn State as a skinny 1-point favorite at Auburn.
I would have Auburn minus 1.
Yeah, that surprised me. I thought Auburn would be in the lead here.
The Southwest Classic, Week 4, Arkansas, Texas A&M in Dallas, 7.5. Texas A&M is favored in this game over Arkansas.
That's about right.
Think so, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The next week, Arkansas gets the reward of playing Alabama in Fayetteville. This is one of those games where people are like, Alabama.
I would think that Alabama...
They could go to Arkansas. They could trip up.
I would list them as 14.5.
I think it's going to be exactly the same as Texas, 14.5.
FanDuel has it at 17.5. Alabama at Arkansas.
I would grab me some Arkansas right now.
Hey, you like that, huh?
Yep. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch now. As always, this hour, the third hour of our show, brought to you by Sterling and his crew there. Mississippi Delta tamales, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, chicken on a stick, great southern fried chicken recipe. Sterling has some secrets there that makes that the juiciest, most flavor-filled fried chicken you would ever want. Great sides, po' boys, wonderful dessert. Your home for blues, brews, and bird is champyschicken.com. And we should point out, it's my fault, locker room Dwarf says, is Montana coming on today. Mentioned it earlier, but Montana Fouts because of the NCAA tournament coming up. Dual practices today, 2 a day, so can't be on the show today. Hopefully with us tomorrow. She will be on with us at some point this week, so check with us early in the show tomorrow. We'll give you a time for Montana.
Week 6. Who beat Alabama last year, guys?
Texas A&M did.
Yes,
Texas
they did
A&M
in the regular season.
And Georgia.
And Georgia. In the regular season, it was Texas A&M. They come to Tuscaloosa.
13.5.
Week 6. Alabama in revenge form, minus 16, hosting Texas A&M.
Seems a little heavy.
You grab your little A&M there, would you?
They really don't have problems with A&M lately in Tuscaloosa.
They do not. They have been blowouts, bludgeonings.
But it seems like, didn't they play back inside a pretty close game? Didn't they come back and make it a 2-score game at the end in 2020?
Maybe, but it just never felt in doubt. Yeah,
it seems like it got big and they ballooned back or came back to like a 14-point game.
Week 7, here's another one where everybody's like, Alabama's at Tennessee. This is an improved Tennessee football team. Maybe this changes, but Alabama right now favored 16.5 at Tennessee.
So this virtually the same thing as in Fayetteville?
Virtually the same thing as in Fayetteville. Virtually the same thing as hosting Texas A&M. Virtually the same thing as playing Texas. You're going to see a trend here with Alabama, by the way. I'll just go ahead and tell you with these point spreads. You like that one? Alabama 16.5?
Something tells me I would take Tennessee at 16.5.
Yeah, I think Hooker's too good of a quarterback.
FanDuel Sportsbook with these odds. Some other, and we'll come back to Alabama and the SEC games. This one jumped out at me. USC at Utah, October 15th.
Biggest game in the Pac-12.
Biggest game in the Pac-12.
I would say that Utah right now is a 3-point favorite.
It's in Utah, right?
It is in Salt Lake City.
I personally think they're a touchdown better, but I think because of the brand, it will be Utah 3.
I'm going to say because of the brand, it's a pick 'em.
FanDuel Sportsbook, USC favored by a point at Utah. Are we just missing on USC here? Vegas obviously really likes them.
Yeah, I'll take Utah right now.
Would you? Stake bet, Jim. Ooh, he's thinking about it. I thought it was going to be no.
I would rather you not put a stake on USC.
Oh, that means you should do it.
That's very tempting to do it at that point. Don't tell me not to do it.
That's all you got to do.
We got a long summer to put a stake on USC and Utah if we haven't already.
That was like the opening scene of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid when he goes, "If he invites me to stay, we'll leave."
Hey, we have a stake bet in play, by the way, Brown.
Right.
I reminded him this morning that I have Luka with the Mavs getting to the finals before Dak Prescott gets to a Super Bowl.
And now all of a sudden that's in play because they bounced
100%.
Phoenix. They're just 4 wins away.
4 wins away. And Dallas, they're not even inflating footballs right now.
Yeah.
Kentucky is at Tennessee. Again, for those that think Kentucky is going to be a contender in the East, Tennessee favored 3.5 in this one.
Yeah, I would have gone Tennessee 4.
Cocktail party.
16.5 Georgia.
No, I don't think it's that heavy. I bet it's Georgia 14.
17.
Wow.
17 in a cocktail party? You kidding me? Alabama is at LSU.
Alabama 10.
I'm going to keep the trend going.
No, I mean, it's probably 13, actually.
I'm going to keep the trend going, Brown. I'm going to say at least 13.5.
16 at LSU.
I should have gone with the trend of 16.
Again, I mean,
it's like they're stuck.
Yeah, it's like just make Alabama a 16-point favorite over. Well, they play in the SEC. We don't care. Georgia at Kentucky. Georgia favored 16 in that one, according to FanDuel. Your Egg Bowl has Ole Miss favored by 7. And then the Iron Bowl.
I would definitely take Mississippi State plus 7.
Would you now? Yep. That game is being played in Oxford, if that matters to you at all.
The Iron Bowl's in Oxford?
Yes, I know. It's weird. They like to do that every 50th year. So the Iron Bowl is the first Iron Bowl line we have seen. This is courtesy of FanDuel Sportsbook, obviously November 26th in Bryant-Denny Stadium.
I would say the line is 20.5.
I will go 23.
26.
Wow.
Alabama favored 26 early on in the Iron Bowl. Now, listen, this has been actually the Iron Bowl, as much as we love that game, and it is a competitive game often, but this little exercise we do right here where we get these early season point spreads, those have been some really big Iron Bowl numbers of late.
Yeah.
And a lot of things have changed. You know, the 2013 game, Auburn was better than many thought. You know, by the time the 2019 game rolled around, Tua was injured and Mac Jones was starting. You know, the 2017 game, Auburn was a little better than everybody thought. So all those games are Jordan Hare, though.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
You were doing the odd years there, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21.
All those Jordan Hare games, they're cut a little different, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah. It's Bryant-Denny has been a blowout. And, you know, right now, if gun to head, you had to put money on Auburn catching 26 at Bryant-Denny, what would you do?
Zach says that's value for Auburn because the interim coach then will have nothing to lose. Zach from the chat room.
Do you think there's any chance that he could be fired in season?
Yeah. I mean, they tried to fire him after one season where they were extremely competitive in the Iron Bowl, almost won the thing.
Should have won the game.
And they tried to fire him. So, yeah, I think anything is on the table. And if you've looked at the back half of Auburn's schedule, it is going to be a really tough finish. I mean, you're going to have, like, if they're not 4-1 or 5-0 in those first 5 games, you're going to have every opportunity to fire the guy probably because that's such a difficult finish of the schedule. But again, answer my question. If I made you had to bet right now.
I'd lay it.
You'd lay the 26? Yep. Dunaway? Alabama favored by 26.
Can you tell me Bryce Young is still up and
yeah, I mean, let's just assume everybody is relatively healthy.
If everybody's healthy, then yes, I would lay the 26.5.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where it is right now with FanDuel. We'll see when the game rolls around. I doubt it'll be 26 when the game rolls around, but we'll see.
You can get a link to some of those in our morning rounds back on Thursday, and then we'll send out another link tomorrow in the morning rounds for the rest of them late in the season, or just go straight to FanDuel. And you can get them there. Brownie running through some of the bigger games in college football in the SEC. Brought to you by our friends at Precision. No doubt injuries played a factor in a couple of those NBA series where we saw upsets, where we saw the Suns go down. Booker missed some time in that one, wasn't 100%. But more importantly, in the Bucks and Celtics series, no Middleton really impacted that series. For you to get back into the game, Precision Sports can make it happen.
If you're a golfer, tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialists at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today at precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
So Bama is not going to be favored by, according to these, Bama would not be favored by less than 2 touchdowns in any game they play this year.
That's amazing. But
because the biggest one I gave you,
I think every game will be double digits.
The tightest one I gave you was Texas.
Yeah,
and that's obviously a road game. That was at 14.5. Everything else was 16 or more. And those are all the major games Alabama plays.
Amazing scene this weekend at an Arkansas baseball game.
I can't believe this dude did this.
I had to ask Forrester, was it a real raccoon or not? Fan on the third base side
First time
of
you've ever
the
asked that
Arkansas
question?
home game right here catches a raccoon that was loose inside the stadium, grabs it by the nape of the neck and takes it out of the stadium there. And as you can see, I mean, you got a security guy walking him out, so it's a real raccoon.
If that damn thing bites him, I mean, he's got rabies immediately.
No, I think he had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, tetanus shots him forever, even if he claws you. I mean, we saw them catch a cat, and the cat clawed you up. This guy, I mean, at one point, I would get so scared I'd drop the thing, even if I get to that point.
Nothing to do with the raccoon.
And that thing is so mad now that if you drop it, he's going after people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, hats off to that guy.
Do you remember when Ian lost a bet with me and had to eat a raccoon?
I do.
I can't believe you did that, by the way.
It messed his entire weekend up. It said it threw his whole system off.
Yeah.
Oh, I could imagine.
I had one bite of it. It was the greasiest animal.
But you're right. I mean, just one scratch of that, and you're getting tetanus shots.
Now, there's
rabies
another
shots.
angle that I saw. Dude falls. It looks like he blows his ACL.
Yeah, he's trying to get away from it.
Yeah.
And this guy just goes after it and grabs it.
Because that thing's fighting for its life. It doesn't know that we're going to release him in the wild when we get him outside. I assume that's what they did.
Do you think this dude's been in the creek before?
I doubt that's the first time he's grabbed the raccoon. I'm just going to say he's really comfortable holding it out there. Now, I think they serve beer at those games. It looks like he's got a beer in there.
100% Bud Light.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't do that with a lesser beer, Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just an amazing video there. It's something I would not have done. I would have run for the hills. We had Billy Woodham, our high school coach, would tell you this is true. We one time at the end of our dugout, we had our equipment closet. We would keep, helmets, bats, balls, and that kind of stuff. And typical high school, it was not completely secure. You could crawl up in there somehow.
Right.
And I forget who was the first one to open it up, and that raccoon was in the corner. And it gets back and starts hissing or whatever it does.
Yeah. I mean, I bet you filled your pants.
Oh, it wasn't me.
The guy. They filled his pants.
They were telling a story, and they were like, "What should we do, Coach?" And I'm just an assistant coach. I said, I'd leave the door open and let it escape on its own.
That's right. Let this go. This one decide how we want to.
Let's start off the day across the street in the batting cage, and then we'll come back and see if we can get everything else out of there.
Yeah. You did have a bat, though.
Yeah. The bats were in there, LT. We'd have to go in there to get the bat. I wasn't going to quick draw with that thing. Scary. Those things can be scary. Hats off to that fan there. LT's got our trash when we come back right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, MOVE, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey,
if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Johnson RV, johnsonrvcenter.com. 2 locations up I-65 between Birmingham and Nashville. And I've said this since we got back from using a Johnson RV vehicle to go to the national championship game. What a great way with the kids out of school to go see America and just to spend a lot of family time together. My family, Maggie and I, the show we watch together is This Is Us.
That's right.
You and Jennifer do this.
Yeah, I think 2 episodes left now.
We are playing catch up. So we watched 3 episodes yesterday, laying around, and as things continue to fall behind Brown.
And the sumo wrestler just died.
Yep, it's uninflated back there.
Very unfortunate.
And the mom in the show made a great point. They'd had a bad day at the movie theater where the little rugrat had run off into the mall. This is like episode 3 of the new season, so this has been back in February for most of you that watch it on time. And he's like, God, his first movie, and all he's going to remember is that he got lost in the mall and he had to call you to come rescue him. And she's like, no, every day there's always that opportunity to make a good memory, to have that be what kids remember about a day. And they went on and started making ice cream sundaes inside the kitchen after they got home from the mall, picking the kid up from the mall and everything. And she was like, that's the memory they'll remember. They won't remember the mall. They'll remember the ice cream and all of the good times right around the island. They don't remember the bad times. They remember the good times. And all that to tell you, an opportunity for you to make some unbelievable memories with your kids with our friends at Johnston RV.
Holy hell.
I had the copy pulled up.
I zoned out of that one.
Seriously, I asked, what the hell is he talking about?
So now give them their 15-second spot.
Oh, okay. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. You can see things like that new Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. See them for details at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
I never want to watch that show, ever. And then Maggie's like, as soon as you watch it, you're going to like it and you're going to cry. And so I did not want to watch it yesterday afternoon. We were done with everything. But it had been a while since we've watched anything together. So we piled into the bed and we're watching it. And sure enough, about halfway through the first, the blind kids sing her a song on her birthday, and I'm bawling my eyes out.
Dude,
she's like, I told you.
You just wait till the end of the series. You're going to. The last few episodes, if you cry at that.
I got teary-eyed crying. Telling about the Sundays.
It's all right.
Got a little lost. Thank you, Johnston RV, for bringing me to tears. Great way to see America. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Trash time, Rockstar.
Is it because this is my mom? Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right have a program that will help you gain more equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. It's a crazy story I just came across. So a Dutch man is on vacation in Spain with his wife.
Okay.
They rent a boat.
All right.
He decides to cliff dive.
Yeah.
She films it. Problem is, when he jumped, he hit rock.
Oh, no.
Video obtained by the New York Post shows 31-year-old man jumping off the cliff at the Malgrates Islands on Thursday afternoon. In the video, it appears the man hits a sharp rock before landing in the water. Wife, who was unidentified, was with their son filming from the boat nearby. She can be heard on the video saying, "Oh my God."
What does he live?
No. Autopsy determined the man suffered.
That's the answer?
There's an autopsy.
From a broken hip and arm. He drowned after losing consciousness.
Wow. Jeez, that's awful.
So just don't do these jumps, right?
Well, I think that would go without saying. But
it makes me nervous watching people on Chimney Rock.
Just Chimney Rock.
Yeah.
And
you know you're going to hit water.
I guess you don't technically know. If you don't jump out far enough. How many times when you've got your little one up there, you have to say, remember, you got to jump out. You got to jump out.
Man, it's a big jump from the top part. I've never done it, nor do I really want to.
Me either. The closest I ever came, and I had a belly full of rum in me, was
a belly full
the ice cream at the mall. They don't remember the mall.
Had a belly full of rum. We were on our honeymoon, and we were in Jamaica, and we'd taken some catamaran, and then we were stopped at some place.
Did you pack clothes for that trip?
Very little clothing. I had on a thong at this point. But it was one of those slides where you have to hold on, and you slide off the cliff and out over the water, and then you let go and drop into the water. Problem is, if you don't have upper body strength like I do not, and when you leave land, you're heavier than you think you are, especially with a belly full of rum. And I held as long as I could, but I didn't make it out as far as everyone else, and I barely made it to water.
Yeah, I did the rope swing at Rick's Cafe there. Was that the place you were at?
I did go to Rick's Cafe, but after that incident, I chose not to do the rope swing.
So we got a Washington State trooper made a surprising discovery, jammed inside the back of his U-Haul truck during a traffic stop this week.
The trooper Cunningham pulled over a driver hauling a car that was partially hanging out the back of the truck. Photos of the unusual scene, and there it is right there, show that a single packing strap was securing the car inside the back of the truck.
All right, get the smallest U-Haul they have available.
Yeah. It's only $19.99 a day. It's right there on the side.
Cited for failing to secure a load and fined $139 since the driver didn't have a valid license, and then the rented U-Haul was overdue for return. Both vehicles were impounded.
I mean, technically, if I just put a red oil rag on the back of that bumper, am I not legal in Alabama at that point?
Yeah.
How do you get that in there?
I'm guessing a ramp and then just keep driving till it stops.
I can
How do
actually
you get out though.
No, I can actually picture this. What he did, I guarantee you, was he backed up into a ditch so that the bumper was even with his yard, and he just drove it right up in there. That's the way you do it in the country.
But how do you get out of the car? Do you climb out the back window?
That, Lance, is an excellent question. I think you have to climb out the back window. Yeah. Yep.
Or they put it in neutral and push it.
So, though boat hot tubbing is not a new concept, Alex Cantwes and his team set out to create a true hot tub, one-of-a-kind experience in that Spa Cruises design team. Look at this.
That's a pretty funny name, though.
And they will collaborate with clients to determine finished materials, colors, and sport accessories. They go on to say, and quote, in addition to a wide array of color options, the consumer can choose teak decking colors, metal accents, copper-clad propane fireplace, custom-stained tiller. You can also have metal champagne bucket in there. Let me see that again, Rocky.
Well, can I make a point?
They look like they're having fun. I
They
want
do.
one.
I don't think I want to be floating around out in the sun in a hot tub. That seems really hot.
Yeah, but if it's cool water,
well, that's a different story, obviously.
Then it's sort. I mean, you can see it at Lake Martin, but you can see the snow up on the mountains, Brown. So this is going to be cooler temperature, warmer water.
Yeah, you're not going to do this in the middle of the summer in Alabama, right?
Right.
Yeah, the one in the middle looks like she's never seen sun.
Yeah, she is a little white-skinned.
I don't blame her. I do like that chilled wine.
I'll give them.
Doesn't look seem uppity at all.
Original name, the Spa Cruises, is pretty good.
I mean, what are we working on the front? Is that what warms it up? It looks like you got a little chimney. Is it a fire warmed?
It's a lighthouse.
No, Jim's right. It looks like you throw the coal in there.
Because I have been in a wood burning hot tub before. It keeps the water warm by burning wood.
So like on the Bugs Bunny,
really?
it's just a pot over a fire, basically?
Yeah, basically, I told
Did
the
somebody
story.
start chopping onions?
I told the story on the air. It's north of town. I don't know where it was, but it was my friend Kelly Orr and her husband Johnny's family cabin. Somehow they knew it. They knew the people. And when we got there, and it was sort of a couples retreat we were on, 6 couples.
Where do you drop your keys?
I knew it was coming.
It was a Sunday school class. Sunday school class retreat. So we were up there, and they've got a hot tub, but it's wood burning.
Yeah.
And I was like, "What is that?" And sure enough, it's a big.
Seems like it's right there in the description. Yeah.
It's a big hot tub.
What is that?
And my buddy B-Dub had to build a fire basically in this little area that the water was up next to. And depending on how close to the wall you were, the warmer the water was, and not warm.
Did you enjoy this? Was it enjoyable?
It was a blast. Again, I had a belly full of rum.
Yeah. But it did. Wow.
How many people could the hot tub fit?
I think it was freezing cold outside. Like it was 28 to 30 degrees outside.
So
it was at night.
But the water didn't bubble like a normal jacuzzi. It was just
it did not bubble.
If so, it was boiling and you needed to get out.
It was very much like that cartoon when Bugs Bunny would sit in the pot and the guy would walk around cutting up the apples and carrots, or the potatoes and carrots. But it worked. It was cool.
Interesting story here. A panel of judges in Sheffield have ruled that calling a man bald is now sexual harassment.
I really agree. And I wish you guys would stop.
Now, each of these 3 judges overseeing the court themselves suffered from hair loss and concluded using the word bald to describe someone as a form of discrimination. Now, according to the Telegraph, the judges also moaned about their own baldness during the hearing, which the paper points out basically suggests commenting on a man's baldness at work is the same as remarking on the size of a woman's breast.
Very similar.
Yeah, I can see those two together.
Exactly.
Fred's bald and Jane, she's...
So Finn, who will now be compensated, took the Yorkshire-based company to court claiming that he had been the victim of sexual harassment. Finn cited an incident that took place in 2019 with factory supervisor Jamie King, claiming that King's remarks about his appearance, quote, crossed the line. Now, Finn and King's entanglement also broke into violence, and during their run-in, King, who was nearly 30 years younger than Finn, called him a bald "see you next Tuesday."
Well, I don't think the bald is the part there that was
and
probably...
it's inaccurate.
One city near Chicago is now limiting the number of cats and dogs that a household can have, even issuing fines for excessive barking.
Not a bad rule.
They recently approved a per household limit of number of cats and dogs, allowing 2 of each pet per household. And the owner of the animals are also making excessive noise for more than 15 minutes at a time between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. could get a $100 ticket. Well, I got a neighbor that'd be a problem for.
A lot of barking. That hasn't improved?
A little bit.
Yeah.
My little 2 dogs, one of them barks a lot and loves to be outside. The littlest one.
Does he bark outside?
He does,
Yeah.
but he doesn't when I'm in charge. And well, I mean, it's like, okay, he's got to go outside at 7 in the morning. It's Sunday morning, 7 a.m. And I let him outside to do his business. And I'll stand at the door and I'll let him stay out as long as he wants to stand. But he knows, first bark, I'm picking him up, bringing him back in.
You're back in.
And he'll sit there and he'll look at me. And he'll
Just debating?
He sit there in the sun, he'll look at me, and he'll go, woof. And I pick him up. We go back inside.
That's
I said,
right.
I told you, dude, you can sit out there all you want, but there's no barking, not at 7 in the morning.
I'm right there with you. Every time I let Lady Bird out, she barks.
Yeah.
Yep. You just can't do it. You can't wake the neighborhood up.
So your neighbors are doing their show somewhere else saying, now that Lance Taylor guy with that ladybird, all she does is bark.
Again, I pull a Dunaway.
Yeah. One barking in?
Yeah, she's getting pulled in.
Meanwhile, Maggie, if she's listening, love you, babe. Well, the dog will be just going to town out there. Ruff, 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 ruff. So we're training him right now. Now this is the training we have going on right now. We have this little treat, right? And Maggie will go, quiet. Angus, quiet. And he'll stop barking. And she'll go, good dog, and give him the treat. And he'll eat the treat. Love it. Well, now he's looking at her, and he'll go, ruff, ruff. She'll go, quiet. Angus. And she'll give him a treat. And I'm like, all you've done is teach him to bark.
Yep.
You put your finger in the mouth and you're giving him a treat.
Angus is like, every time I bark, I get a treat. More barking.
So we've been debating back and forth whether she's teaching him not to bark or to bark for a treat.
That's right. I think
I'm right.
I think you're right on this one, yeah. You've told Angus to bark.
I really don't get this story, Rocky, but the city of Utrecht is kicking off a campaign against sexual harassment on the street on Friday by catcalling men as they walk. Now, the city wants to draw attention to this type of harassment, which half of women and girls fall victim to in this city, by making men feel, quote, how uncomfortable and sometimes even threatening it is to be catcalled.
They're going to love every minute of it.
If it's just for a day, sure.
It's not going to work the way they think it is.
No. Hey, I was walking down the street and them 2 hot chicks over there.
They said the campaign's kickoff is deliberately confrontational and abrasive.
Yeah, deliberately stupid is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, shake that moneymaker for me, Jimmy D.
Rough.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter's stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, when we come back, John Harbaugh has an interesting thing that he believes that is factual when it comes to college football in the National Football League. We'll talk about that. And in the final hour, are the ACC coaches crying too much? And is Lane Kiffin stepping on the GOAT's toes too much? All that still to come in the final 5 segments of the Monday edition of the Next Round. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call home right now for your son or daughter when it comes to college, the University of Montevallo. Great student to professor ratio, 14-1. No tuition rise in the last 5 years. They haven't raised tuition in 5 years at Montevallo. Great price point, according to U.S. News and World Report. A beautiful campus, according to the folks at Southern Living. 75 majors, 21 fully funded Division II scholarship sports. Just a great place to go to school. It's Montevallo, the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour and learn more right now at montevallo.edu.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to, just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
PGA Championships this week on the driving range. Bubba Watson was just hitting with shorts on. Tiger Woods, he's at Southern Hills. He's practicing.
Oh, yeah, Tiger's going to play.
He's going to play?
Yep, unless something goes wrong over the next couple of days. He's been there 2 days now playing practice rounds, or at least 2 days.
Southern Hills, is that in North Carolina?
No. Would you like to guess, Lance? Southern Hills. Where does Southern Hills sound like it would be to you?
Southern Hills is in Kentucky.
Pennsylvania.
Rockstar, Southern Hills.
The mountains of Chile.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
When you
Southern
think
Hills
Southern Hills, you think Tulsa, Oklahoma, don't you?
I've been to Tulsa once.
Have you? Mm-hmm. Sounds like a country song. Was it good? Did you like Tulsa?
I flew into Tulsa.
Oh, yeah? I will
stay
say this, and I noticed this in my drive back from Alien Fest because I had to come through Oklahoma to pay off the other part of the bet there. Basically, from Oklahoma City to Arkansas, Oklahoma looks a lot like Alabama. You know, a lot of the pine trees and hills and lakes.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought that anyway.
I flew
along I-40
before Fayetteville's airport got better. I flew in one time. It was even before the Northwest, and I guess that's the same airport. Before it got bigger, I flew into Tulsa for I believe it was an Auburn, Arkansas game.
Isn't that still like a 2-hour drive, though?
It is,
yeah. It was not short, was it?
Basically, I think it's about the same as flying into Little Rock.
Like there are very few things. A lot of stadiums have improved since they came into the conference, but few things have improved more than the ability to get to Fayetteville.
That's right.
It used to be awful.
That's right. They built a whole multi-laned highway up there now. It used to be a 2-lane road.
Still not a short drive, right? But you can fly directly in there now.
Hey, Urology Centers of Alabama, they bring us the Medical Minute every Monday or every week here on the show, and LT has it for us right now.
Yes. Hey, ladies, this May, the UCA Women's Center will join doctors and medical professionals nationwide to commemorate National Women's Health Month. This May, we aim to encourage women of all ages to make their health a top priority. When it comes to urologic health, it's not uncommon for many women to simply ignore issues or just think it's part of aging. There are solutions for women who are dealing with pelvic pain, overactive bladder, or urinary incontinence. With the right treatment plan, these urological conditions can be managed to get you or the women in your life back to living healthy and happy. Do your part this Women's Health Month and schedule a routine checkup appointment with an expert at the UCA Women's Center. Call today to schedule that appointment, 205-930-0920. That's 205-930-0920, or visit ucawomencenter.com.
All right. Appreciate our friends with Urology Centers of Alabama being with us here. Our buddy John Harbaugh, as we continue our college football conversation here in the hour that's brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch, dinner tonight, always this weekend, champyschicken.com. John Harbaugh coaches the Ravens. His brother coaches Michigan, Jim Harbaugh. John Harbaugh has a thing that he believes is almost a football commandment when you talk about football in 2022, an absolute fact. What is it, Brown?
He says there are 2 programs he has discovered from drafting their players and from visiting their campuses that most resemble an NFL franchise.
Okay.
One will not surprise. Well, actually, both of these may not surprise you.
Alabama's not going to surprise us.
Alabama does not surprise you in the least. It probably would not surprise you that Harbaugh says Michigan, where his brother coaches. And you look at it on the surface, you're like, yeah, right. But it wouldn't surprise me that Jim Harbaugh runs a very NFL-like program. That's been his background.
But if I just looked at talent.
Well, talent doesn't back that up.
I would go Alabama, Ohio State, right?
What about Georgia, though? I mean, this is how Kirby Smart learned it. And talent-wise.
Yeah, I mean, now with this most recent draft, I would throw Georgia in there as well. Alabama, Georgia.
I read this with Mike Griffith, our buddy that covers Georgia and the Southeastern Conference over there for the AJC. And he said one way perhaps you could look at this. Now, Harbaugh is saying when I get guys from Alabama and Michigan, they understand the professional stuff we're doing, the concepts better than anybody. Those guys come in on a trajectory ready to play. And I start thinking, Harbaugh they've had a fair amount of Alabama guys up there since he's been there. So I don't know how many Michigan guys they have. I haven't really paid close attention to that. But Mike Griffith said, well, do the numbers back this up? Last 4 years, draftees, here are your top 5 schools. So if you just go the last, a rolling 4-year recruiting cycle, right?
Okay. Ohio State will be on this list.
Ohio State is certainly on the list. But Georgia is number 1. Now, Georgia was helped by having, 12? 15. 38 in the 4-year rolling period, though. The 4-year rolling average for Georgia, 38 draft picks. 15 of those coming this year.
About 40% of them this year.
Yeah. Alabama at 36 is a close second. It was a little bit of a down year for Alabama, but to be fair, they've had years where it's been not 15, but quite large, right?
Right.
Ohio State at 35, LSU at 32, and Michigan at 28. Now, what jumps out at me is Georgia, Alabama, and LSU have all won a national championship in that 4-year window. Ohio State has played for one against Alabama, but has not won one.
But they've been in the
all been
playoffs
to college football
Yeah,
playoffs.
yeah. Michigan is the one. Like, if you want to just start pointing this out, okay, they run it like an NFL franchise, and numerically they're 10 behind Georgia, but they're right there in the top 5. They've probably, well, there's no probably to it. They've gotten the least out of that.
Well, they have
John's
pride,
almost.
But they were just in the playoffs.
They
though.
were just in the
This
playoffs.
was his best year.
Yeah.
So it's not
won a Big
too
Ten
far
championship.
Off. Yeah, it's not too far off, right?
No.
Too far off, but I mean, would you put LSU's a weird one? They've had one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen and a lot of average around it. So I don't know.
2 years ago, I would have said Clemson was on this list.
I know. It's
like 1 year took everything away from
it really
them.
did then, and it is so weird. I mean, and this is a 4-year rolling average here.
Yeah, I'm still a little surprised Clemson's
I don't know
on there.
that, but I don't know that Dabo has just filled up the NFL the way Georgia and Alabama and Ohio State have.
But nobody's surprised by the lack of Oklahoma and Texas on the list.
No, not at
right?
all. Not at all. Texas didn't even have a guy drafted this year.
But truthfully, though, if you go back to earlier this century, in the early 2000s, then back to the 1900s, you would be surprised if USC wasn't in the top 5. Then.
And Miami.
Yeah. But specifically USC, in the tradition, the history of college football all the way back to the 60s, it seems like USC was always turning out NFL players.
You know, but that LSU, I mean, that's crazy for them to be at 32, to have won a national championship, and then be bad enough to get that coach fired a season and a half later. They didn't make it 2 seasons after winning a national championship.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
Before he got fired. I mean, that's with that kind of talent, that is really difficult to believe. And you're an athletic member. I'd be interested. I need to go read this. It was the final days of Ed Orgeron and how it all fell apart for him in Baton Rouge. And from what I can gather, and I got to go back and read it, a very interesting tell of just what happened at Orgeron, that basically he lost his North Star.
Yep.
He lost who he was after that national championship.
Some people believe it was because of something we always say is undefeated.
I think he was in the market.
He was definitely in the market.
Yep. More time worried about that than getting guys to dot their I's and cross their T's on the practice field. All right, top of the hour. When we come back, let's do this first. Let's relive what Nick Saban said at the Tradition about parity and how Lane Kiffin and others have overreacted or reacted appropriately, depending on where you sit, about Nick Saban's conversation about parity. And then also we'll get into ACC coaches. Are they crying foul too much when it comes to tampering? All that's coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Getting ready for another week of trivia on Wednesday. I hope you enjoyed a weekend of getting out to Odie's, enjoying some great outdoor weather.
Yeah, this spring weather's been fantastic. You can sit out on Odie's patio, enjoy a great lunch from Rodney Davis, award-winning burgers, the wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Again, it's a Birmingham institution. Go see Will Haber and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today, brought to you in part by our friends at Baumhauer's. We're about to do the Baumhauer Spotlight for you, but first, a few headlines for you out there. Auburn sweeps Alabama in 2 baseball games over the weekend. The third one's a no contest. Couldn't be completed because of weather and curfew. One more weekend of SEC baseball, and then we're at the Hoover Met for the SEC tournament. Softball finished their SEC tournament down in Gainesville. Arkansas won the league. Alabama is one of a handful of SEC teams that will host a regional. Arkansas is a 4 seed, Alabama's a 6, Tennessee's an 11, Florida's a 14, and Missouri's a 15. That's of the top 16 that will host regional pods, if you will. Games coming up this weekend. The rest of the SEC all got 2 seeds. Texas A&M, LSU, Ole Miss, Georgia, Kentucky, and Auburn. Auburn's on their way to Clemson to play, and that's happening this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as we move forward in the NCAA tournament. NBA basketball yesterday, the Celtics and the Mavericks eliminate their teams. The Celtics over the Bucks, the Mavericks over the Suns, and they move forward. Luka had 35-10 in that upset win, Mavericks over the Suns. No NBA tonight. Boston and Miami start their Eastern Conference series on Tuesday. Dallas and Golden State starts their series on Wednesday. Hockey yesterday, you had the Rangers winning in overtime 4-3. My Lightning survived over the weekend. No NHL tonight. Next hockey game in the Stanley Cup playoffs is Tuesday as well, 6 o'clock TNT, with the Lightning and the Florida Panthers battling there. The Braves lose yesterday. They lose 2 of 3 to the Padres. 3 fielding errors in that game. Braves in Milwaukee tonight, 6:40. That game is on Bally's. The Astros, by the way, have won 9 of 10. Pretty hot baseball team right now. The hottest streak in the majors right now belongs to the Astros. Those are your headlines. Let's now talk a little bit about Baumhauer's and get into that spotlight.
Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa on the Strip. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, and 14 restaurants later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in for lunch or dinner to one of the Baumhauer's Victory Grill today.
Last week, the Pro-Am was Wednesday at the Regions Tradition. Nick Saban said this about the NIL and how it's impacting parity in college football. He went on to do an interview with Feinbaum that afternoon, and that aired on Friday, to where we've got national headlines now about Nick Saban talking about parity. Here's a sample of what he was talking about out in the Regions Tradition at Greystone.
Nick, you mentioned the NIL and the unintended consequences of it. Do you think the NCAA is taking a strong enough action to kind of reel that in? And how important is that to the future of college football?
Well, my only comment is college football has always created a parity for players in competition, which I think every league has, whether it's NFL salary cap or whatever. And now I think NLI is great for the players. They should have an opportunity to earn money. I'm fine with all that. But if we don't maintain some level of parity, we've always had same scholarships, same Austin money, same cost of attendance, same academic support, same medical attention for everybody. And if we don't create that balance, I think it's going to affect the competitive standard of the game in the future and probably even affect other sports. But, so hopefully somebody will be able to figure that out.
Now, that's what he said, and he said virtually the same thing on Feinbaum later that afternoon. Now, he's talking about not parity in the standings.
Correct.
He's talking about parity that's a scholar. Everybody's got 85 scholarships. Everybody's, it's cost of attendance. It's this, it's that. It's the stuff used in recruiting. Now, he's not talking about parity in facilities or anything like that either.
No, and everybody jumped to that conclusion that Nick Saban's calling for more parity in college football, and they're like, you're the one guy that is probably responsible.
We've had 8 years of the college football playoff. You've been there 7 times.
But that is not at all what he was saying.
He was talking about parity when it comes to NIL, and every scholarship's virtually worth the same, cost of attendance, all of that, a level playing field for every athlete to benefit from NIL.
Basically the base salary, if you will, that everybody is on a level of parity when it comes to the base salary. Now, what happens above that is obviously going to be better at Alabama than it is at Syracuse, to use a program we talked about earlier.
That's 100%, and I'm glad everyone caught that, because apparently not everybody absorbed it the same way, including our buddy Lane Kiffin over at Ole Miss, who had a couple of tweets. He instantly tweeted this first, laughing emoji, 4 of them. I love the GOAT, but Coach, you feeling okay? ? Alabama football. And down at the bottom is a story about Nick Saban talking about parity. And then later on, he tweeted this when he saw the Feinbaum interview. Paul, did you tell the GOAT what that word means at Alabama football? Parity equals the state or condition of being equal, especially regarding status or pay. And then our friend SEC Mike Bratton over at Saturday Down South had just posted current winning streaks right now. 15-game winning streak for Bama over Tennessee, 14 over Arkansas, 14 over Mississippi State, 11 over Vandy. They don't play them a lot. 8 over Florida, Kentucky 7, 6 on Ole Miss, 5 on Missouri, 2 on Auburn and LSU, and of course Texas A&M has a 1-game win streak on Alabama right now. But that's not what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about that kind of parity. He was talking about that, the Power Fives basically all have the same set of rules, and Group of Fives have same set of rules. D2 has the same set of rules.
Yeah, but ironically, there's really not a ton of parity in college.
There is no parity.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the most top-heavy sports now.
But again, Nick Saban has created that, but it is not his fault that there's no parity in college football. It's not Nick Saban's fault.
In fact,
there were other Nick Sabans.
That's right.
He warned you every time. I mean, he actually warned everyone about the portal. He said, I believe, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he hinted that if we want a one-time transfer, if we want this portal thing to happen, basically what's going to happen is that great players are going to want to play for great programs. And that's what Josh Pate and everyone was talking about earlier. Kirby Smart said the same thing on Feinbaum. We're not tampering. People are calling us to see if we have a spot for them to come play. If you're Jordan Addison at Pittsburgh, do you want to play your final year of college football at Pittsburgh? That's fine if you want to. Or do you want to play it on a bigger stage at a Georgia, an Alabama, a USC? Looks like he's going to go to USC by all accounts. But can you blame him? Would you rather play a year at USC or a year at Pittsburgh if you have one more year of college football?
The most important thing for him is his stock's already at an all-time high. He's a Biletnikoff winner.
He's going to be a top 10 pick, right?
But it's all about the money now. And you brought it up earlier in the show that the report is $3 million in NIL.
Even though he has said it's not necessarily all about the money.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe.
Necessarily being a key word there.
Yeah, I do think he wants to play with an elite quarterback. He played with one last year in Kenny Pickett, and Caleb Williams seems like a better option than Keaton Slovis.
But
not as good as Bryce Young.
But not as good as Bryce Young.
No. Who is? I mean, you could go to Ohio State and get a quarterback as good as Bryce Young. You can go to Alabama and get Bryce Young.
His problem with going to a place at Ohio State is he may not get on the field.
Well, yeah, Jigba Smith might be better.
Yeah.
They may go three deep. They may have
Marvin Harrison Jr.
They may have three people better. I mean, all due respect to Jordan Addison, he won it, but he was doing it against an ACC. Yeah, not the toughest schedule in the world against the ACC schedule.
Like, if I was Jordan Addison, I would want to come to Alabama because you know you're the number one option for Bryce Young.
And I'm pretty sure they're going to find me a good amount of money in NIL deals if I'm in Alabama. I don't think he's going to go to Alabama. As Josh Pate said earlier, we ain't the soup kitchen, man. You're not going to come here and not get anything. I mean, the quarterback reportedly was making $1 million before anybody else was.
But on the flip side, he's not going to get $3 million.
Probably not.
They can't match the USC offer because they have so many mouths to feed.
Right. But here's my question: if I'm advising Jordan Addison, I say USC's a great school. You're not going to hurt your draft stock going to USC. You're probably going to make more money going to USC. Does winning a championship mean anything at all to you? Because it's probably the one thing you're not going to do at USC. Probably. I can't swear you're not, but probably not.
Well, you may win a Pac-12 championship. You may win a Pac-12 championship, but you're not going to win a national championship at USC.
He wasn't going to do it at Pittsburgh.
Well, he won an ACC last year.
Well, yeah, you're right. I'm talking national championship, but you're right. There is a conference championship that you should be very proud of. So, yeah, you might win a conference championship. Do you want to be in the playoffs? Do you want to win a national championship? If Jordan Addison says to me, you know what, that just doesn't drive me, I'll worry about that a little bit, number one. But number two, I'm like, okay, USC's a great spot then.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with USC.
I mean, it's Southern California, first off.
Yeah. Beautiful campus.
Beautiful women, beautiful campus, great uniforms. I mean, it's a great place to go.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're going to play in the spotlight. I mean, USC gets a good spotlight.
You're not going to play in the spotlight like you are at Alabama, though.
And that would be my other question to him. You're going to make less at Alabama, but you're going to have a really good shot at winning a national championship and a conference championship. And Jordan, you're probably, what do you think a top receiver, what do you think Devontae Adams will make in his career?
Oh.
100 million?
Yeah,
150 million?
Over 100, yeah, 150,
all right, 150 million. Jordan, you've got the type of ability where you make $150 million in your career. Do you want to make this choice over a couple million right now? That 150 is coming whether you go to USC or Alabama. You really can't screw that one up. But how much do you value a chance to win a national championship? If you don't value it at all, USC is a great choice.
Pull up the USC schedule, Brown, because like Utah State.
Undefeated going into the Utah game, I'm telling you.
But Utah State, for instance, when they play Alabama,
right?
That game is going to be on main ESPN. It'll be on main ESPN. I guarantee you, at some time of day, main ESPN. That's the Utah State Alabama game.
Right.
You go through Alabama's schedule and find me a place they're not on CBS, main ESPN.
There'll be some SEC network games. Again, that's still a national telecast.
Yeah, but that's only they'll only play one game on SEC Network. I promise you, one game.
Rice and USC to open the season. I'm going to say that is an FS1 late night game.
Yep, that's a good guess.
FS1 or Pac-12 Network,
or maybe Pac-12 Network.
or FS2.
USC at Stanford week 2.
It's Fox game.
I don't know if it's your big noon kick. Maybe it's your 2:30 kick. Maybe it's a late Fox.
Pac-12. It's not going to be your big noon kick in week 2. That's going to be Alabama,
I said it's
Texas.
not your big noon kick. Yeah. It's not your big noon kick. USC hosting Fresno. Again, feels like a late night FS1 game. Tim Brando.
Could be a late night ESPN too.
Excuse me. USC at Oregon State.
Yeah. Pac-12
Network.
Network.
USC hosting Arizona State.
Maybe Pac-12 Network.
Maybe Pac-12 Network.
USC Washington State.
It was Fox last year, but maybe Pac-12 Network.
Okay, here we go.
FS1. Yeah.
Get ready. USC at Utah. Game day's going to be there because I think USC will be undefeated here. Game day's going to be there. I guess probably your big noon kick.
Yeah.
I don't know what they would do. I don't know if they put it in prime time.
Well, it depends. Does ESPN have that? Do they get some first?
Some
picks?
Pac-12 first. Yeah.
So that could be their prime time game. But you're right.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big game. It's
Big game.
It's going to be one of the networks.
That's your national television.
It's going to be
game.
the first time all year long that they've been the game on a major network.
That's right, in a key spot.
Yep. By that time, Alabama would have played 6 of those, even when they play Utah State.
Bye week, USC at Arizona.
Pac-12.
USC California.
Pac-12.
USC Colorado.
Pac-12.
USC at UCLA.
Fox.
I'm about to get the Pac-12 network if I want to watch this guy, huh?
Yeah.
And then USC Notre Dame. That'll be ABC.
By the way, Tommy Firestick's hooking me up here in a few days.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
To your point, if you value this, and again, these are things I'm not saying he should or has to value. I'm just saying that's the question you have to ask. If I'm advising him, he's going to make less money at Alabama. Do you value playing a bunch of CBS and ESPN and games like that? Do you value having a national championship? Because if you value those things, you'll take less money to try for those things. If you don't value those things, take the money, go play at USC.
Yeah, but
you're not going to hurt your draft stock.
Like you said, it's a red flag to me if he doesn't want those things.
I would kind of agree with you.
But you think it's slam dunk? He's the first overall wide receiver taken?
No,
I don't think it is either.
No, but he'll be a top 10 pick. Wouldn't you think? Top 15 pick?
I don't think it's a slam dunk.
I think he'll be a top 15.
I don't think it's a slam dunk.
Who all's in this class? Smith and Jigba?
Yeah.
I mean, who are the other guys? All right, we know Will Levis goes number 1 overall, so there's only 9 picks left in the top 10.
Last year was a heavy receiver class. Are we not expecting it to be a heavy receiver class every year now?
Probably so, yeah.
I mean, I just think it's going to be a heavy receiver class every year. I mean, that kid at Tennessee is going to look great just because his size and his speed. He's got an NFL-like body.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. You think maybe he could even lead the conference in reception.
He could be.
Or in receiving yards.
Is the Pate kid, is he eligible
Keyshawn
yet?
Pate, he should be eligible. Yeah, it's a good receiver draft.
I mean, there's going to be some good receivers out there. Just because he won the Biletnikoff last year, I don't think it's a slam dunk. He is a guaranteed top 10, top 15 kind of guy.
But he'll have an opportunity at a $150 million career. He'll have that opportunity. Whether he can do it or not, I don't know. I mean, where was Devontae Adams drafted?
Third
round?
Second round.
Second round?
Yeah.
And, that's who we were just comparing him to money-wise. So you'll have that opportunity no matter where you play.
Yeah, I mean, they just in some of these mocks, it looks like Smith and Jigba is the number 1 receiver, and Boutte and Addison are 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But probably top 15 right now.
But if he goes and has a dud of a season wherever he goes.
And you could have that with Caleb Williams. I don't know how good Caleb Williams is.
And that's it. You do know how good Bryce Young is. And you know how good C.J. Stroud is.
But people like Luganville, and we respect his opinion. He thinks Caleb Williams is an elite prospect.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Again, one is proven and one's not.
We'll see what happens with Jordan Addison. Official visit to USC. The rumored reports are $3 million-ish NIL offer on the table for him in Southern California. Something that we don't think Texas was able to match, and we know Alabama would not come near matching that for him in Tuscaloosa when you already have Bryce Young, Will Anderson, and everybody else over there.
Well, if I'm Jordan Addison in Texas, I'm like, you see what Bijan's driving over there? That's the deal I want. Where do we start? Where do I sign for my Lamborghini?
I hear you. All right, much more as we roll on here, including when we come back. I really do believe the ACC coaches are hurting their case, bitching and moaning so much about tampering and having their players stolen. I'll explain that when we come back. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Man, I was on Facebook last night. I rarely get on there, but I had something that popped up, said I had a message over there to go check it out. And so I went and checked out the message, and then I happened to click on it and wanted to see what was going on Facebook. And there was one of Greg's daughters had posted, Greg Nelson of Storm Restoration Roofing, had posted a picture of Greg pitching to one of his grandkids, I believe, coach pitch baseball game. And the daughter is writing about, my dad is such a hero that he's on people's roofs all day long in the heat. He's got 10 kids of his own, a wife, his own business. He comes off and still is able to make it to his grandkids' game to be coach pitch, to be the guy who gets out on the hill and pitches. That's the kind of family guy you're talking about when you're talking about Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the more respected business owners and roofing contractors in the area. Greg wants to make it easy on you right now when it comes to your roof. We have these spring storms that have blown through, and you don't really know what condition your roof's in. Maybe you just bought a home and you don't really have a good feel of how watertight that roof is. You don't want water damage to be going on and cost you thousands of dollars. Greg Nelson literally gets on a ladder, gets on your roof, inspects that roof for you. He does it free, a no-cost inspection with no obligation. You call his cell number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife own the company. Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned for 20 years. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They've got all the warranties, and insurance companies trust him. We trust him, too. You should as well. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust
and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Rails. I don't think it's a good way of travel. We're talking about LT and how he's likely not even going to survive making it back on this bracket challenge from some part of the country.
I just wonder how long it's going to take me to get back.
Don't always paint a picture of disaster here.
Yeah, has anyone been on, you've been on a train before, Rockstar?
Oh, 6th grade, a panic attack. Went to New Orleans.
I was on the same one.
Yeah.
And there are times it goes really slow, but when it gets going up full speed, it's not a smooth ride.
No.
So how do people sleep on these things?
Well, Brown has a box fan in his bedroom that lulls him to sleep. But there are some people that like the movement, right? When you're a baby, you like the movement of being driven around, and sometimes that can rock you to sleep.
I couldn't even sleep on the bus.
Or fentanyl, either one.
When we did the bus with the
oh, yeah. I slept like a baby going to Miami. Coming home, I slept awful.
I did not. Every time we hit one of those little speed ripples.
I thought we were going Metallica tour bus.
Yeah,
I
jumped
right home. I really
Black
did.
ice, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cliff Bird.
But here's the thing, Lance. My wife and I, paying off the last bracket challenge, drove from Roswell, New Mexico to Birmingham in 2 days. I mean, that's all the way across the country. So no matter where you are, you're not.
How many hours were you logging, though?
So we drove Roswell. We did the first day we did Birmingham to Fort Worth. So what is that, about 12 or 13?
Sounds like a good
first day.
Good George Strait song.
Oh, yeah.
Birmingham to Fort Worth.
And then coming home, we went Roswell to somewhere just west of Oklahoma City. I can't remember the name of the town, but that's as far as we got. And then the next day we went from basically Oklahoma City to Birmingham.
That's not fun either.
No. I've driven Oklahoma City. I split that up. I went Little Rock, then to Oak City.
Air travel by sea, by car, and by train. That's the way I would rank it. Air travel, boat, car, train. Train's the worst.
Boat's not an option.
We can make it that way if you'd like.
You just got to change your perspective. Johnny Cash was in that prison, and what was tormenting him was that train going by with all those people on it. See, he wanted in the train. You just got to change your perspective.
Yeah, I don't want in the train.
Of course, he had also shot a man in Reno just to watch him die.
Don't want to get on the plane.
Yeah.
103 days from the start of the college football season. More college football in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Creekside Barbecue, just off the I-65 exit Oak Mountain Amphitheater. If you're going to a concert, if you're heading to the Oak Mountain State Park, if you're going to watch a Bulls game, whatever, Great place to enjoy lunch or dinner is Creekside Barbecue.
Yeah, Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater events and parties up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, tell them the Next Round sent you, or go online, check out that menu today, creekside-bbq.com.
We love retro stuff in America, right? We love flashback 80s, 90s stuff, 70s, 60s stuff, depending on when you were born. So we've got 2 new T-shirts that'll be in the store soon. They're not in there yet. I know I'm the one that rushes things to the store.
No.
Nextround.store. But a little, do you remember Ron John Surf Shop T-shirts from back in the day?
Yeah, I never had one.
Look at that. The Next Round Surf Shop T-shirt will be up soon.
Completely coincidental that it looks like the Ron John thing. Right?
We did not steal this from Ron John.
Not at all.
It looks a lot like the Ron John Surf Shop that you'd see in Panama City back in the day. Next Round Surf Shop T-shirts. And then something that looks a little like Jurassic Park. The Next Round Jurassic Park T-shirt.
Yeah, not a ripoff at all.
Nope.
No, not at all. We love dinosaurs here.
That could just be somebody doing their hands in a shadow in the back.
Right.
That could be Rockstar doing that.
Yeah, with bones.
Yep.
Yeah. I like those.
Yeah, those are 2 good-looking T-shirts there. Not in the store yet, I'm told, by Lunsford, but coming soon, nextround.store. And we appreciate all the pictures you guys send us every week of you guys wearing our gear, nextround.store. And don't forget to send us a picture, whether you got your baby in it, your kids, or if you're at a game or something, send us those pictures. Okay, I wanted to ask the question about the ACC and the perception of that league. Here's Mike Norvell, Rockstar cut number 7. Mike Norvell at the ACC meetings this past week at Amelia Island. Mike Norvell, the head coach at Florida State, talked about tampering. Before that, Scott Satterfield at Louisville accused Alabama loosely of tampering. Of course, Narduzzi at Pittsburgh has said he thinks USC had tampered with Jordan Addison. Here's Norvell talking about how problematic tampering is right now in college football.
It's real easy when you talk about, guardrails and guidelines, to point to coaches and universities. I mean, I think when you look at student athletes, there's 3,600 kids in the transfer portal, and 40% of them are getting scholarships to go new places. I mean, that's unbelievable, and it's a shame. But I think a lot of that is because there is an open. There's an open time frame of when these guys could do that, and it's educational for them if it is a more organized and thought out sequence. These student athletes can I guess have a more educated approach to whether this is the right time for them or if there's going to be the right opportunity. And we've had examples at Florida State of guys transferring, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. We've had guys that, you look across the country and you look at guys that have left our program that, it's not worked out well. And maybe what they thought might be a reality wasn't. And so I think by providing guardrails for the student athletes, for the universities, for the teams, I mean, I think it's something that will help, in a big picture approach, but those are all things that I think are great discussions.
Now, Mike Norvell never points his finger at tampering by any particular school. Narduzzi has been a lot more straightforward in making phone calls to Lincoln Riley. Satterfield loosely accusing Alabama of tampering, and Harrell, the wide receiver who came to Tuscaloosa. To me, LT, if you're the ACC and you're the only ones that are complaining and griping about this, it makes you look like you're not the predator in college football. It makes you look like the prey, like everyone else is preying on your rosters, and you're not the alpha in the room.
Yeah, and, Narduzzi, to lose a guy like Addison is big, but it's his job to keep him there. And I know it's hard for Pittsburgh to compete with the USCs and the Alabamas and the Texases of the world. But, coming off an incredible season where they just won an ACC championship and he's going to depart, I mean, that's a big blow. As far as Mike Norvell, a lot of legitimate points there, but I can't think of a program that has become so irrelevant so fast.
Right.
I mean, Florida State, I have no expectation for them again this year coming off the 5-7.
20 years ago, Florida State would have been one of those alphas that people would have been flocking to. You'd be leaving a place like Pittsburgh to play at Florida State. Now it's just the opposite.
But at what age do you stop giving people guardrails? I mean, he's talking about
in our country. A lot of times, 21 is an age.
You can vote when you're 18, though.
Yeah, you can go to war when you're 18.
You can go to war when you're 18, and we just make you don't drink until you're 21, right? So but at some point, you got to let people make decisions and if you say they're adults, treat them like adults and let them make decisions even if they harm them.
But as a parent, when your kids are 16, you loosen the reins a little bit when they start driving, 17, 18, when they go off and live by themselves in college.
But what Norvell's basically saying is, there's 3,600 kids in the transfer portal, and they're not all going to find a place. We need a way, to have some guardrails for them to make these decisions. Or you could just let them be adults and make decisions even if they're bad decisions.
Yeah, but how many of these guys are getting forced into the portal?
That's the other part of the story.
Some, yeah, absolutely. But some are making bad choices as well.
I just don't.
But again, I wouldn't. If I was one of these guys, I wouldn't transfer without being tampered with, without knowing I've got a landing spot.
Where do you think you learn more from growing up? We've all grown up now, right? At least age-wise. I was just wearing a sumo suit not 2 hours ago, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But where do you think you learn more, from your mistakes and failures, or from somebody saying, "Nah, don't do that"? Don't do that.
Mistakes and failures for me.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can't go back and undo some of those, but you do at least learn from them, right?
Yeah.
And I just don't know that. I know when you say guardrails, I feel like Mike Norvell's saying that because he knows I really need some of these kids to stick around, and guardrails would discourage them from going. I mean, if we're going to say you got free transfer, I don't see how you put quote-unquote guardrails on it. It's either free transfer, it's like free speech. It's either free speech or it's not. There's no gray area in free speech. You can say anything you want or you can't.
Corey, who's watching down in Helena today on YouTube, says, listen, if Jordan Addison is getting a $3 million NIL deal for USC, isn't that just basically a $1 million, $1.5 million NIL deal in Tuscaloosa by the price and everything cost in Los Angeles?
It's a good point.
Well, some of cost of living is minimized by the university putting you up and things like that, right? And your food, some of that will be minimized. Taxes would be the big issue there. I mean, because he has to pay state income tax on that.
But if a California company is paying me in California, I'm paying California taxes.
Correct.
Again, I think Alabama can find $3 million for Addison.
If that's who they really want or need.
Well, I think if Nick Saban said, I have to have this guy, he'd have $3 million today.
Yeah.
I mean, there's enough boosters that would write that check for Nick Saban if that's what Saban said he had to have.
ACC right now, compared to Big Ten and the SEC, they're by far the two alpha conferences.
Yep.
Is the ACC closer to the Big Ten and SEC, or are they closer to the Big 12 and Pac-12?
Well, I mean, typically you have an alpha in Clemson, but they had a really bad year, and then the ironic thing is you had parity finally in the ACC last year with Wake and Pittsburgh playing for the conference championship.
Even ACC basketball, Lance, with Roy gone now and Coach K gone, it's a weird time for ACC athletics.
But they just had half of the Final Four, too.
They did. They did.
And I do think the ACC, when it was Clemson and everybody else, now you've got multiple teams that are getting better. NC State should be really good this year. Wake should be good again. Pittsburgh's not going to be bad.
So closer to the Big Ten?
Bounce back.
Closer to the Big Ten SEC or Big 12 Pac-12?
Well, see, here's the problem.
They're definitely that conference in the middle of those two.
If Clemson bounces back this year and is back in the college football playoff, I would say closer to Big Ten SEC.
Here's the problem with the Big 12. Your alpha programs, your two alpha programs of the Big 12 aren't even going to be in that conference.
They're about to be in the SEC.
They're about to be in the SEC, so I don't even know how you compare them to the Big 12. And then the Pac-12 is a mess.
Yeah, the Pac-12 is the worst.
So I would say the ACC is closer to the SEC and the Big 10 right now.
You'd rather be the ACC than the Big 12 or the Pac-12?
Yes, absolutely. I think they're in better shape.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Interesting time for the ACC, especially when it comes to tampering. Air quotes there, especially Kirby Smart and Nick Saban, who had an opportunity last week to point the finger at other people, saying it's the players who are reaching out to them, not them reaching out to the players, in the tampering discussion that continues in college athletics. We will do our four downs today, coming up in the next segment. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right around the country. The great folks at Mortgage Right can hook you up, whether you're listening to us in Alabama or watching us around the country in places far away, like California, Mortgage Right can hook you up.
Yeah, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you with confidence with no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention The Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yep.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yep.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yep.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Four Downs coming up in a second. But first, let me tell you about my friends. In fact, I won't tell you. Brownie will tell you about my friends with MyBookie. It's MyBookie.
They're your friends. They're our friends. They're everyone's friends, Jim.
MyBookie. MyBookie's been with me a long time.
MyBookie.ag. Run lines, money lines, props galore. Nobody gives you more than MyBookie.ag. And getting started is simple. Deposit $300. Play with $200 instantly using the promo code NEXTROUND. It helps us, and it helps you when you go to MyBookie.ag. Sign up today. Use the promo code NEXTROUND. Here's how it helps you. You get your first deposit bonus up to $1,000. Whatever you put in, they meet you halfway, all the way up to $1,000 with MyBookie.ag. That is MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag and the code NEXTROUND.
You see the daily odds at the bottom of the screen there rolling by. That includes Astros Red Sox, a MLB Network game tonight.
Got to play on that game.
It says Red Sox minus 120. That can't be right.
Yeah.
The Red Sox will be favored in that one?
Stake bet.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Or are we just misputting these on the screen?
No.
Like the Brewers are minus 140 tonight? Are all the home teams always the minuses?
Nope, not always.
Nope.
Somebody's got to win, though, right?
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and
watch this right here. There's a minus 200 favorite on the road.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You're telling me the Astros have won 9 of 10, and they're playing in Fenway Park tonight, and the Red Sox, who suck, are a favorite?
Yep.
Lock of the day every day, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Tell us about the lock, and then I'll tell you about Hemp Hill. Is that the one you said you had to play on?
No, I said I've got to play on, but it's not the lock.
Oh, okay. You got to play on that one at lanceslock.com.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll have 2 up for you tonight.
Okay, lanceslock.com for that one. I thought you were about to educate me that the Red Sox were going to somehow beat the Astros tonight. I was like, oh, hard to see that happening. 9 of 10 for the Astros.
Well, they play 162, Jim. They're going to lose, at least 62 of them.
The lock comes Lance's way, or your way, from Lance at the Lance Taylor on Twitter a little bit later on. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. Adam, Chad, and his team, they fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. Plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, or simply just remember the name Hemp Hill Services. Great folks there.
So Red Sox went from minus 120 to minus 126 now. It's going up.
Just during that discussion right there,
segment.
yeah. So Dunaway moves the line that much?
Hashtag Fade Dunaway.
Yeah.
Those Fade Dunaway T-shirts. I saw Ush had one on this weekend. By the way,
Whitlock will throw a no-hitter tonight.
Astros have won 9 of 10. That's just pointing that out. 9 of 10 there. No hockey, no basketball tonight, but there is time for 4 Downs, and it's brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great location, a 5th location coming very soon to Pell City. Get in, get a look at everything, bumper to bumper, from the wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family. For more information, go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Biggest disappointment this year, that the Suns didn't make the finals after the season they had, or the Lakers just didn't make the playoffs. Which one of those comments is the biggest disappointment?
I think for Phoenix, it still is strange to me that you won 12 consecutive games against Dallas. You're up 2-0 in this series, and you lose 4 of 5. But you understand Luka's a great player. The Lakers, Anthony Davis was never healthy, but you've got no excuse to not. When you get Russell Westbrook and LeBron James together, you've got no excuse to not make the postseason.
Yeah, if I had taken you back to October with that roster and said your team's missing the playoffs, you would have laughed at that. They were favored to win the whole thing.
Well, behind the Nets, they were second.
Okay,
and
I'm
the
sorry.
Nets get swept in the first round. The Lakers don't even make it.
Yeah,
but I would say the Lakers are a big.
Yeah, I think the Lakers are a bigger surprise.
Yeah, I would agree with you guys.
Second down.
More likely to come back in 2023, Sean Payton to coaching, or Aaron Rodgers again to be quarterback?
I will go Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So you don't think he's one more and done?
Well, I think with Sean Payton, first of all, it's going to have to be the right situation. I don't think Payton would take a Give me a crap team that's going to fire
There
a
have been
coach.
some reports that say there's already a deal worked out that he's going to do 1 year of television and then he's going to replace Matt Rule at Carolina.
I was going to bring up Carolina.
I find that hard to believe, that I'm going to leave New Orleans, get out of coaching, and I'm going to come back for the Carolina job.
In that division, who's my quarterback? Too,
Well, and
right?
that depends. Like if Carolina has another year like they had last year, and you get into the mix to get a C.J. Stroud or a Bryce Young,
and they're giving you some kind of control over the personnel or something,
might be really appealing.
I used to say this though about Nick Saban when the rumors were, and you won't hear those anymore, but when the rumors were that he was going back to the NFL or wanted to go back to the NFL, I would say, look, I could see it, but if I'm Nick Saban, I would only take a job that had a proven Super Bowl winning quarterback. And those are few and far between. I think if I'm Sean Payton, I'm the same thing. I don't take some job, can I get to the Super Bowl or not?
And I think Aaron Rodgers, if he was to win one this year, probably shuts it down. I think he wants to have two.
Where the worlds might collide that have always been rumored is if McCarthy gets fired in Dallas. That would be your wild card right there, because it was always rumored that Jerry wanted Sean Payton and that Sean Payton always kind of liked that job, the idea of being the Dallas Cowboys head coach.
If Sean Payton made a call to Jerry Jones, I think
they'd fire him today, wouldn't they? Yeah.
And then he gets Dak Prescott as quarterback. I like that situation.
Third down.
Bigger addition in the last week for the New Orleans Saints. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, or over the weekend, Jarvis Landry, which actually helps the team the most.
I think Matthew's the better player right now. But I'll tell you, if Michael Thomas comes back healthy, Jarvis Landry could be a really good second option.
Good possession receiver, Jarvis Landry is. I think that gets forgotten about him.
Good compliment to Michael Thomas.
Yeah, that's what he was in Miami. It was a guy that was just he's a good third down possession receiver. He's not Odell Beckham.
But I think Matthew's a better player.
Yeah, I think Tyrann Mathieu is the better pickup for them.
Even at this point in his career.
Yeah.
Jarvis Landry and Mathieu going back home.
That's
to
right,
LSU
guys, yeah.
They're excited about that.
Fourth down.
Name me a guy. Happy birthday, Thurman Thomas, by the way, 56 years old. Name me a guy more underrated in his career than Thurman Thomas. We never talk about Thurman Thomas.
I mean, Marshall Faulk was one of those guys too.
He's
the only guy that has gone over 2,000 scrimmage yards in 4 consecutive seasons. He won an MVP during that time. He won a Super Bowl during that time, played in 2 Super Bowls. I mean, he was the force behind that. Everybody talks about Kurt Warner and Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt.
And we don't talk a lot about Marshall Faulk.
And Marshall Faulk was one of the greatest players I've ever seen.
But tell me when you hear anyone talk about Thurman Thomas, four-time AFC champion.
Because I think you think of that as such a pass-happy offense. The K-Gun offense with Jim Kelly, Andre Reed, Keith McKellers, Lofton.
Don Beebe.
Come
on, man.
I mean, you think about their pass attack so much, you forget how good Thurman Thomas was.
You think about that defensive line with Cornelius Bennett and Bruce Smith.
Yeah. Daryl Talley on that defense as well. I'll give you one, but it's a college guy. It's Kevin Falk. We do not give him the respect for what he did at LSU.
Still on top of the SEC ratings, aren't they?
Never mention him. You talk Herschel Walker, Bo Jackson, Derrick Henry, rightfully so. All those
Run
are great
DMC.
Run DMC, but Kevin Falk almost never gets mentioned in those discussions. And Kevin Falk was an amazing running back of some bad and
teams.
average LSU teams. Yep.
All right, that's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Locally owned and operated, great guys, 4 locations, a 5th location coming soon to Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop by today or go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
On this day, when it's Megan Fox's birthday, I always think of the old chick bracket you guys used to do.
Yep.
She was popular very early on in the chick bracket.
She
36
was.
today.
2 thumbs up, right?
Yep, 2 toe thumbs up.
Yep.
Still looks good.
Janet Jackson, the most popular nipple in sports history, 56 years old today. Pierce Brosnan.
He's got to be in his 70s.
Say it again.
69.
Who?
Pierce. Danny Trejo, he's the slasher guy, right?
No. Danny Trejo is the really, really mean-looking Latino dude.
Yeah, always plays angry.
78 today. Speaking of mean-looking, Tori Spelling is 49 today, 49 years old.
Wow.
I thought she'd be older.
I think she's broke now, isn't she?
I don't know. Her face is probably 22.
Gardner Minshew, 26. John Sally, underrated, 58 years old. Those are your birthdays today. Our final thoughts when we come back on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa, so that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Final thought today includes Penn State-Purdue opening weekend of college football in that Week 1 contest in West Lafayette, where I think Purdue has a chance to win the game straight up against Penn State and sort of rock a Big Ten game right out of the gate. until yesterday when news comes out that Purdue's top receiver, Milton Wright, is academically ineligible, will not play this year for Purdue.
Well, that's a big loss because you already lost David Bell, who was maybe the best receiver outside of what Ohio State had last year.
David Bell was their best receiver. He's gone. Milton Wright was their best returning receiver. He had 7 touchdowns, 732 yards receiving, but he was ineligible for the Music City Bowl because of academics. When's the last time last time you heard anybody academically ineligible?
I mean, I was thinking that as you said it. I'm like, man, this never happens anymore. It used to happen way more often. I think we've gotten so good and so streamlined in our production here in college football.
Well, I think
the guys they probably have to work hard to be academically eligible.
I think a lot of classes now are just pass-fail.
Are they really?
Yeah.
So they don't do many letter grades anymore?
That's what a parent was telling me the other day.
The college classes are pass-fail now.
Yeah, because we were talking NIL, because they were talking about rewarding students for 4.0s, and some coaches had said, we can't give everybody with a 4.0 because of the pass-fail.
That's interesting. I did not realize that
That's
happened.
What I heard. I could be inaccurate.
Well, now that I think back, and this was the 80s.
Harper right now in Montevallo. Is it letter grades?
This is where Jim says, I don't really see her grades.
I never look at her grades.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
She gets the hours, and she passes the hours. So I guess it's,
It could be pass-fail.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
I don't know if it's, but I just know that if I was taking a 3-hour class, I either got 3 hours or I didn't get 3 hours.
Yeah.
That's the way I always looked at it.
Purdue's been on a good run of receivers, too, with David Bell and Rondale Moore. That's been something you could really count on under Jeff Brom, is them to have that really good game-changing receiver.
But if he's academically ineligible, that means he can't be eligible somewhere else. He can't hit the portal.
Nope. You got to be in good. You've got to be in good academic standing to hit the portal.
So that's the one guideline we have about the portal.
That's the one guardrail we have. Penn State -3 in that game, according to FanDuel. Those early odds. Penn State -3 at Purdue.
The great Melvin Ingram added to the Miami Dolphins pass rush. The defensive end, 3-time Pro Bowler. 38% of the time the Dolphins blitzed last year, led the league in number of blitzes last year.
Yeah, that's what Brian Flores was when he took over the defensive play calling. Very aggressive.
He liked to go after it. All right, that's the show today. Thank you. Just a potpourri of everything. We appreciate you guys being with us. John Emery Jr., ineligible last year, academic, says Chris. Is that what it was? How about that?
Happens so often now.
Yeah.
Much more often than it used to.
Much more often than we thought it did, at least 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you Tuesday, 9 a.m. Central Time here in the beautiful state of Alabama from Birmingham at the Blue Lake Center, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.